Let's turn on my mic. Before we get started with bills, I just want to, and I'm sure the prime sponsor won't mind my delay because it's me. I want to just, because it's our first one of the year and we've got a new member and we've got some subs, I want to give a reminder about decorum of the committee before we get started. We haven't had any issues in this committee, but some other committees have had some rough patches they've hit. I want to remind people that we're here to listen to the public and departments with regard to the bills before us. We're not here to debate the public or the departments. Questions must be legitimate questions, not statements of your opinion disguised as questions. All those testifying will be treated with respect, as your treatment of those testifying reflects directly on you, your office, and this committee. There's a difference between asking a question and challenging somebody. Do not ever challenge members of the public who took time from their day to be here. I will allow more leeway in questioning departments or lobbyists as they're doing their jobs here, and they should be experts on the information they provide us. I will also expect any department to testify solely to the facts and positions, not personal opinions, and I expect the complete truth. Decorum requires you be recognized before speaking, request a follow-up if necessary, and address the chair appropriately. Don't forget to thank the chair and the person testifying. Failure to adhere to decorum will result in a warning. Multiple or egregious failures to follow decorum may result in you being removed from the committee. No one has a right to be on a committee. It's a privilege, and it can be suspended or revoked. And with that, I need to explain that the vice chair will be here today. He's just got an appointment that's very important, so he's going to be a little late. And I'm going to be turning over chair position while I introduce 3 bills to the clerk. And then Representative Ouellette will act as clerk because the vice chair is missing. And so I'll let the chair, or the clerk, be the chair and open up the hearing at his leisure.
If you just bear with me for 1 minute while I give a quick explanation to our fill-in clerk here. All right, good morning. I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1116 and have the prime sponsor begin his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Representative James Spillane, and I represent Rockingham 2. 1116 is a bill that I brought forward as a housekeeping measure, essentially, but also because of the success of the lever action bill that we passed last term, so 4 years ago. When we introduced that, there was a lot of evidence that we presented on how the lever action carbine rifle shooting a handgun caliber was safer than a handgun because it could be directed with more precision. And it was then allowed and passed bipartisan through this committee and the House and the Senate and et cetera, to allow for use of those rifles in areas that were handgun or shotgun only. I'm not going to get into the ballistics again, but rest assured I can remind people that the ballistics coming out of a carbine rifle over those coming out of the handgun were only about 200 feet per second difference because of the specific pistol calibers we allowed. And at the time, it was just 357s, 44 Magnums, and 45 Long Colts. That was as a trial to see if it went okay and if it was safe and popular. Fish and Game had a lot of calls, and I've gotten calls, and people wanting to try other calibers because they don't own one of these, but they are in an area where it would be beneficial for them to be able to use a safer gun than a handgun. And so this bill is essentially making a change to the current law as it was signed in last term to remove the lever action part, because it doesn't matter if the rifle is lever action, pump action, single shot, break open, what have you. That doesn't affect the bullet itself. And we had some people that had some single shots or pump actions, and I hadn't even thought about those because they're not as popular as the lever action is. And then in an effort to do housekeeping, there's another bill you'll hear today that we're going to change the way the RSA lists all of the calibers that are permissible for handgun use in hunting in the state, to make it easier for us to maintain as new calibers come in. I don't want to get too deep into that now, but this follows the same pattern as that other housekeeping bill. And what it's doing is saying that any straight-walled pistol cartridge that's larger than a 38/357. Now, the larger than 38/357 is exactly matching up with the way the RSA on permissible pistol rounds will be. The fact that we limited it to straight-walled pistol cartridges is a ballistics issue. Any bullet that's necked down has higher velocity. A straight-walled pistol cartridge has lower velocity. So in order to keep this in the safety aspect, using these rifles in the pistol hunting areas, we don't want someone coming in with a specialized pistol that's a single shot 308 rifle cartridge, which technically is still good for pistol hunting, but not in these areas where it was pistol and shotgun only for a reason. We want it to be limited to just those straight-walled, lower velocity pistol cartridges. And that's it. I can take any questions if anybody has any, but that is the extent of 1116.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from anyone? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. When we're talking about changing the actions allowed from lever action to, single shot, that would include semi-automatic?
It just says rifle, but I don't know of any semi-automatics that are chambered in pistol rounds, but I would assume that, yeah, I guess semi-automatics would be in there as well. Mainly it's meant to address break opens, pumps, lever action, bolt action. I think that's pretty much it.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you heard of ARs being recalibrated for these single-walled or straight-walled pistol rounds?
No, I don't. I haven't heard of any ARs being chambered in a straight-walled pistol cartridge. And I would say that even if that was the case, they still have to adhere to the no more than 6 rounds and all of this other stuff that has to be followed by the regular pistol hunting rules.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions? Yep, Representative Harvey.
So, Representative Spillane, you know my limited knowledge about guns and so forth. So I'm going to ask a question that probably shows that limited knowledge, and hopefully you can help me with
All
it.
questions are good questions. Go for it.
So my question is this a significant enough gun to take down an animal, a deer?
Yes. That's why we're also saying 38/357 and greater. That's currently the lowest limit that we're allowed to use in regular pistol hunting for deer. And that's why it's staying there. And that's the clarification we're going to make in the rules for the other pistol hunting or handgun hunting section as well. Where currently every single caliber is listed out, and one of those is listed
Yes, I saw that.
incorrectly anyway, so
Yes.
it needs to be cleaned up. But yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Further questions? Seeing none, there's no other pink cards.
Mr. Chair, if I might add one more thing
Yeah,
that
go ahead.
I wanted to address towards Representative Darby, because it comes along with your question. There's nothing in the handgun hunting area right now that prohibits semi-automatic handguns either. So semi-automatic handguns, if they're in the appropriate caliber, can be used rather than a revolver, say. So if you had a 357 or you had a 10 millimeter, you could use a semi-automatic 10 millimeter in handgun hunting, and it's still allowed, but it has to have only 6 shots in it.
Okay, seeing no further questions, is there any, I have no more pink cards. Anyone wanting to add testimony from the back? And I don't see any. So at that point, I'll close the hearing on 1116.
I'll stay right where I am if that's okay.
I will double check with the real chair. We're short of our 10:30 scheduled time. Shall
We have to
move ahead?
wait.
Yep, that's what I thought. All right, so we will be on hiatus here until 10:30.
I won't stay in this chair.
All right, as we are at a little bit past 10:30, we're going to begin again and open the hearing on House Bill 1077. And Representative Spillane presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'm actually introducing this for the prime sponsor, Representative Mannion, because he couldn't be here. He's sick. He and I had already had a discussion because his bill does everything that we just talked about in 116, except mine does more. His bill, we don't know why OLS allowed two identical bills to be drafted, okay? This is an OLS issue. His bill simply changes it from lever action to any action, which we just talked about. But it still leaves it to only 357, 44 Magnum, or 45 Colt, which we've been getting calls through Fish and Game Department and everywhere else, and I've had discussions with Colonel Jordan at the department, and it was the language of straight wall pistol cartridge came up in our conversation. I wanted to make sure that you all knew that this bill is not really necessary, but I'm introducing it as for Representative Mannion, and that's it. And I won't take any questions, but I believe there is somebody who else is on the bill to speak to more about it.
Thank you, Representative Spillane. And we have Representative Lily Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Representative Lily Walsh. I represent Rockingham 15. I wrote this bill along with Representative Mannion at the request of a constituent, and I was unaware of Chairman Spillane's bill that actually covers more. So I am in support of his bill as well, and it actually does a lot more than our bill was that we wrote. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Did the constituent mention what, what caliber or what action rifle that they were interested in carrying?
Well, the point that my constituent asked for is that any action be allowed, and that was the point of writing this bill.
Yep, Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm probably not asking the right person, but so you can tell me that I'm not asking the right person. So I do attend the legislative sessions with Fish and Game, and they are opposed to this bill. Do you know why?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Representative Harvey. Fish and Game has not put in a pink card, but if there's anyone that would like to comment, I'm sure we would welcome that. Any other questions? All right, that being said, the Fish and Game, do you have a comment on that, on this bill that you would like to step forward with?
Just that we
You probably should come up to the mic if that would be okay. Thank you. Yeah, red means, doesn't mean stop.
Red means, yeah. The full commission, we had extensive discussions about this, and basically, in discussing this bill and the other bill with Representative Spillane, we think it would be better taken under a study committee and move for interim study. We just have a lot of concerns about the shotgun-only towns.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So would this be a bill that would be better handled through Fish and Game rules rather than here on the legislative floor?
I really can't answer that with any degree of confidence.
Okay.
But meaning that I'm not sure we have the authority to address it in rules.
Okay, that was what I was asking. I didn't say it correctly. Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you elaborate on the concerns that the commission raised about shotgun-only towns?
Well, it should be the responsibility of the individual towns. just as it has been in the past. That was openly discussed, and appreciate Representative Harvey attending and understanding, being there at ground floor in the discussion itself.
Any further questions? All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for coming up. With that being said, no further testimony. We'll close the hearing on 1077. You good? All set? Okay. And we'll open here, oh, we have to wait. Sorry. Thank you, my helpful fellow representatives. I appreciate that. We're on for the next one for 1040, so we have a few minutes to sit.
Chairman. And might I say you've been doing a fantastic job this morning.
Very much.
I bring before your committee House Bill 1424, which is a housekeeping bill. And I have an amendment on it before we even get further into this, because I want to tell you that the intent of this was not to change the currently allowed calibers for handgun hunting. It was just to list them in our RSA in an easier to manage way, such that we don't have to go and add more calibers to the RSA every time another pistol caliber is developed, and to also at the same time fix the error in the RSA as it currently is, because currently it calls to allow for a 50 caliber Magnum, which doesn't exist. The caliber is actually called a 500 Smith & Wesson, which is a 50 caliber handgun round that is permissible for hunting, and it was something we added about 6 years ago, maybe 8, because Smith & Wesson came out with their 50 caliber handgun. However, nobody realized that we had it listed in the RSA as 50 caliber Magnum, which doesn't exist. It's actually called a 500 Smith & Wesson. So when I was talking with the Fish and Game Department and Colonel Jordan, I had the idea that I said, well, what if we just put everything bigger than this, and we'll take the smallest ethical hunting handgun round so that anything bigger is allowable because it's all ethical for handgun hunting. Now, keep in mind, we're not talking about designated handgun hunting zones here. This is throughout the whole state. This is just saying if you're using a handgun instead of a rifle, these are the types of handgun calibers you can use. And that's why it's called pistols permitted on the RSA. Any pistol that wasn't listed here, you could not hunt game with. But every time they came out with something like the 50 caliber Smith & Wesson that they call the 500 Smith & Wesson, we had to go and open the law up and add that to the list. So rather than do that all the time, I wrote it this way. Now, if you look at the original list, you'll see that at the end of the list, well, not really even the end of the list, near the end of the list, there's something called a 327 Federal Magnum. And because they listed it out of order, it wasn't lower than the 357 Magnum. I left it off by mistake because anything, it says any caliber 38 or 357 and greater, and obviously 327 is smaller than 38, 357, so it would have been suddenly illegal to use that, and we've allowed people to do it all this time. We didn't want to leave that off. So my amendment says 327 Federal Magnum and any caliber 38/357 and greater. Simple change just to make sure we don't exclude that one that we've always allowed people to hunt with. But we didn't want to say that was the smallest because there are calibers between 327 and 357 that are not suitable for handgun, mainly because they don't have a lot of power, even if they've got a larger bullet, right? Taking the game depends not only on the size of the bullet, but the amount of foot-pounds that you deliver downrange, the amount of force that it hits the animal with. And so we didn't want to accidentally end up with people hunting with a round that was not suitable, such as a 35 or something. You need to have that 38, 357 as the minimum, but we'll still allow the 327. And so that's that. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Representative Harvey.
So this is another one that the Fish and Game has opposed. Do you know why?
Yes, actually, I got a call from the director, and he said, and I will tell you, originally the Fish and Game Commission was supportive of this, and actually the department was the one that I worked out the language with. And the director called me. He said, "I'm extremely sorry, but the commission came down and said they don't want to talk about any of these gun bills in an election year." And that's what I heard. So the department is not against this. They actually asked for it. We do have to fix the 50 caliber mistake that's in the law anyway, and we want to make it easier to maintain this list going forward by not having to list every single caliber that's allowed. And so as with many bills in the past, we've had a vote from the commission where the majority of the commissioners, and I'm not sure if every commissioner was unanimous on it, but a majority of them decided, let's just kill all the gun bills this year. So that's my understanding. Any other questions?
Yeah, any further questions? Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would this include a 38 special? And do you think that a 38 special is suitable for deer hunting?
No, it would not. It would be a 38, a regular 38/357. A 38 special specifically has to have the word special next to it because it's a shorter powder cartridge.
Okay. Can I,
Follow up?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Very naive question. How in the law would 38/357 not include 38 special because it's anything at that caliber?
So let me explain to you. If I said that you could use a 22 long rifle for something, you would not be able to use a 22 short, which is the same round, but only it's really tiny. You wouldn't be able to use a 22 Magnum, which is much bigger, if we said specifically 22 long rifle. The 38 special is a specific cartridge. If you go and buy 38 specials, they're not going to be the same size as a standard 38. And it's designated that way purposefully. So if we wanted to include 38 special, we would have to specifically include the word special in here after 38 to make sure it was included. The same as our laws for hunting with a 22 typically say 22 long rifle to exclude the 22 short.
Any further questions? Seeing none, we will close the hearing on 1424.
Thank you, committee.
So as a reminder, we're not on till 11 o'clock, so we're take a break till 11.
Okay, I'm going to open the hearing on HB 1024. And I'm going to recognize Representative Brian Cole, the prime sponsor, to present his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Committees of Fish and Game. So, a constituent brought me this bill, and as I researched it, air rifles have come a long way in evolution. It's kind of like the evolution of a gun. It's no longer a pellet gun. These air rifles, like out in Africa and the Amazon, they'll take down a water buffalo now. They're that powerful. And so we wanted to legalize them for hunting up here in New Hampshire, but we wanted to do it kind of like in baby steps. So when I originally wrote it, you know, we have such a long window at OLS to write a bill. So I got the bill in, and then we worked on it. So we came up with this amendment, and we separated the calibers between small game and large game. We defined it. Then we also wanted to make it so the fishing game could roll it out in zones. So that's why we put the language in the last sentence there, so they can kind of test market it. But what I'm kind of asking you to do is to interim study this, because we still have to do some testing on the air rifles. I want to prove the lethality of them, make sure it's ethical in taking an animal here in New Hampshire. So to get everyone together, I'm not going to be able to do that until probably springtime. So that's what I'm requesting this committee do with this bill at this time. Sorry, open to any questions if you have anything about it.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Cole, for taking my question. Who's going to be doing the testing?
We found SIG Firearms in Epping. They're going to allow us to use their range. And then we have a manufacturer who's already developed up to 50 caliber air rifles. So we want to get together with Fish and Game. We want to get together with the other commissions, bring them down there, take like ballistics gel, and show the penetration of the round and the lethality of the weapons to make sure, like I said, it's ethical in taking game.
Thank you.
Representative Ouellette?
Thank you for taking my question. Is there any plans, or are there any plans from the manufacturers to be part of the Pittman-Robertson Act of Conservation that the rest of the firearm manufacturers in this country are part of?
That had came up thank you again for the chairman for pointing this out to me. That's why we're allowing a fee to be charged if you want to use an air rifle. So we'll cover that fee if and when they do put that into law, in the federal law. So the Fish and Game will have money to pay those fees, and then it'll come back.
Representative Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So I think I heard, so you're testing for, just tell me what you're testing for, because I'm not sure if I heard it correctly.
If I go out, say a 30-06 is a typical caliber to take a deer down, we want to make sure that the air rifle, that's a caliber, 30 caliber, has the same velocity, same penetration, same impact and killing power as a round with powder in it.
So the word you were using was lethality, not legality.
No, lethality, yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's
We want to make sure it's a nice clean kill for the animal and there's no suffering.
Right.
Yep.
I think I just misheard. Thank
Okay.
you.
Representative Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You mentioned that you tried to introduce this in New Hampshire, and air rifle came a long way. In these days, is very powerful. Can you tell us what other state already using this, legally?
I'm not aware of any other states.
Thank you.
If the chair can jump in, I believe Colorado allows it. And I'm getting a nod from Fish and Game, so at least Colorado, and there may be Montana as well, but I don't know for sure. That might be a question for Fish and Game when they testify.
Thank you.
Representative Pear?
Thank you for taking my question. If you haven't even tested this air rifle yet, are we jumping the gun with taking this bill up now? Should we wait a year and do it after you've done the testing?
That's why I'm recommending interim study until we've performed the tests, and then you'll have your answer.
You don't want to just pull it and not
No, I don't see any reason to. We've come this far with it. The final phase is basically testing it, making sure it does what it says it's going to do.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In the study, as I look a little into air rifles, it appears that the slug that these shoot come in different grains, different weights. And would the study evaluate different grains and how those might be sort of permitted?
I requested all the ballistics information on the rare rifles for each caliber be given. So yeah, all information will be available.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, thank you so much today.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
And the chair will now recognize Colonel Jordan from Fish and Game, who's asked for 2 minutes.
Good morning, and Chairman Spillane and members of the House Fish and Game Resources. Nice to be in front of you again. There's some new faces, so welcome. Hopefully, we will be on good terms throughout the session. That's what I hope for. So I was thrown into this bill. I wasn't the prime person to represent the department's opinion, but I'm here to represent the commission's position, and the commission took the position of opposition to this. But they did that basically, I think, for some of the, and we oppose it, we, the staff, wildlife staff and law enforcement, for a lot of the reasons that we're already talking about. I think, and it's just we're concerned about ethical killing. We want to make sure that we don't put something out there that people will lose animals with. We are concerned about air pressures, calibers, what happens when you load these things in a warm environment and then go out into the cold. Does it still fire? Will it have the killing capacity that it had? And we don't know the answers to any of those. So interim study made good sense to take a look at it and attend the testing of it to see. I'm not going to say that we would be willing to change our opinion, but we certainly are willing to open-minded enough to see the testing and to see if it is something that can be used. I don't know of any issue with using it as far as law enforcement goes, as long as we don't get into, into a situation where we in the field are going to have to test the rifles. I don't know how we would do that. So we have to be confident, I think, that these things will do what they say they will do. The license fee came in kind of after our vote, so we hadn't taken a position on that. So I think the commission, and there are commission members here, but I think they are open to considering looking at it, studying it, and then rendering an opinion after we see that.
Are there any questions for the Colonel? Actually, let me start out with a couple, if I might, Colonel Jordan.
Sure.
Did you get a chance to see the amendment?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I worked with the Prime on this because there were a lot of errors in the original. As you can imagine, they even had turkeys included in
saw
there,
that.
which is
Yeah.
just a non-starter.
Yeah.
The Pittman-Robertson Act not giving any money to Fish and Game made me more likely to recommend that Fish and Game be allowed to create a tag for this, much like the muzzleloader tag.
Yes.
Would the department have a problem with a tag that provides extra income?
Law
for the
enforcement
department?
wouldn't. I don't know. I can't speak for the commission because I don't know that we put that before them, but I don't know why they would oppose that as long as we can operate it. And it can be done in our business division as just an additional tag, similar to what we've done with other tags. We are doing that now. So I would assume we could do that, but I don't want to tell you the commission's good with it because I haven't run it before them.
Fair enough. And a follow-up to, would be the question that was asked earlier about other states. Do you
Yes.
know of any others besides Colorado, please?
The only one I know of is Colorado, but I haven't gone online and looked at that. I know Colorado uses it, and they've not had any reported issues that I could find. So I don't know of any other state.
Thank you. Any questions for the Colonel? Representative Ford, you have yet to speak today. Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
How long should this study or research into the air rifles, would you feel confident and competent enough to say, like, yes, pass this bill, we've tested it and we're good to go? How long?
That's
of
a great
study?
question. I think if all of our concerns are addressed, things like ballistics, changing temperatures, what happens when the pressure drops, how much of a change does that make? All of those things, when all of those questions are answered, I would say that we would be comfortable. I will tell you this, I will be very vocal if we're not comfortable. If we still have issues, I would be concerned about that, because what we don't want, I don't think, is wounded animals running around the state or people getting injured. I'm fairly confident, personally fairly confident, that the manufacturers can answer those questions if we give them the opportunity. I just want to see it. We want to see it. And I'd like to present that to our commission afterwards. And if everybody's on board with it and those questions have been answered, that's a tough question to ask. But we want to be satisfied it will do the job that we're asking it to do. And if they do that, we'd be good with it, I think.
Any further questions? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Are there any concerns about night hunting or poaching? Since this would, this has much, the noise from this would be much less.
Right.
And I didn't see any in this amendment or the original bill, any adjustment to the night hunting standard in terms of, what qualifies for, for night hunting.
So that's a good question as well. And at the risk of getting slapped by many older wardens who would have a very different opinion, who I worked with for years, those days have kind of gone away. And I'll tell you why they have. People are using night vision today, which is something we never thought we'd see. They do it routinely. They can use silencers. I fought that in this committee very hard because I felt that was going to increase the ability for some to poach, and maybe it does. But I've also found that prior to that and after that, people use silencers anyway. The poachers will do this anyway. We fought hard, I remember years and years ago, against crossbows, thinking the same thing. People will go out at night, excuse me, and use a crossbow. Again, those are fears that I don't want to say didn't occur, because I think they did, but it didn't do it in the numbers that I predicted it would, which was embarrassing, frankly. So I thought it would triple it, and it didn't. I think there is a mindset that these particular individuals, we've made cases recently where they were using all kinds of technology that's never reached this committee yet that's pretty scary. So I don't know that it would increase that. It may answer some issues we have in some of our more urban areas where gunshots go off and frighten people, because I get a lot of calls about that, even though hunting is one of the safest sports and we can prove that. People are concerned, they hear it go off, so I don't know, maybe this would address some of that in some of the more congested areas. So I think it could go either way, but I don't see it increasing poaching from where we are. Poaching is alive and well, by the way. I just want to tell the committee, we made 59 night hunting cases last fall. That's unbelievable. That's a lot of night hunting cases. Our technology has improved. Quite frankly, our officers are better at it than I ever was. I think they're a little more savvy on the technology, but it just told me that it's alive and well. Yeah.
Good work.
Thanks.
Representative Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And once again, welcome to the committee.
Thank you very much. This question is not for the officer, but a comment to the commission. Is that allowed?
I would ask you to hold that. If the commission comes up to discuss, we would go ahead and welcome that question for the commission. Comments wouldn't be something we would do during the testimony. Any other questions for the colonel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clerk, sorry, I had my mic off.
Thank you. Welcome, Colonel. Nice to see you.
Thank you,
again.
sir. Good to see you.
Can you, for me, elaborate a little bit more on what I asked Representative Cole about the makeup of who's doing the testing? Is Fish and Game going to be intimately involved in this testing process, or as an observer?
Probably more as an observer. I would hope that we would be, I would expect and hope that we will be able to have input on it, but no, we would leave this to the manufacturers to demonstrate their product.
Thank you.
And I can add to that, I was working with the prime sponsor on making sure he could set this up. David Cuzzy isn't with SIG anymore.
Right.
If you remember, he was one of the ones behind the suppressor bill that I was co-sponsor of.
Yeah.
So we've got a different contact over there, but we would indeed open this not only to Fish and Game, but not everybody at Fish and Game, but a
Right.
few of you.
Right, sure.
But the commission, I believe, would be invited as well for
Good.
anyone who wanted to come and see
I
it.
think that would be important to do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that would allow for hands-on
Yes.
as well, so that everyone could have the experience of firing the air gun,
And bringing their concerns. To have
bringing
an
their
answer.
concerns to the
Yeah.
manufacturer and the range operators, and witnessing firsthand the penetration in the ballistic gelatin and all
Right.
that.
Right.
And I think that's just responsible to do. Any further questions? Seeing none.
Thank you very much.
The commission will now call or recognize, or the committee will now recognize Fred Budd? Bird. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate the opportunity to comment on this bill. My name is Fred Bird. I'm the Assistant Manager for the Northeastern States with the Congressional Sportsman Foundation. I manage Maryland North. I am a New Hampshire resident and active sportsman, and prior Stratford County Commissioner for Fish and Game, representing 137,000 constituents. For many of the reasons that have already been articulated, our main reason, we're recommending amendments. This is a great opportunity for access, but for the PR dollars. And I will let you know, last year, the state, through Pittman Robinson and in combination with license sales, saw $24.5 million come to the agency, the State Fish and Game, to help run the agency. That's a pretty big number. Obviously, the concern is with this passing, and without that, we've heard a couple times a tag, an air gun tag. If sportsmen and women decided to go the way of the air gun and leave their other already excise tax firearms, we could lose out on that $7.2 million from PR. I would also like to call to your attention. I did not know that there was an amended version.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but
Yes,
I was
sir.
going to ask if you'd like to see a copy.
That would be fantastic,
Because
one
we
of
do
my-
have, Representative Mooney, can you pass? Yeah, thank you. There were a number of concerns addressed by the amendment, such as the hunting of turkeys, because there aren't any air shotguns out that I know of right now, and so that would just be a non-starter. But also the range of calibers did not fit for all game. We literally would not want somebody shooting, rabbits with a water buffalo
Right.
shot, nor would we want somebody shooting the deer with something that's too small, so it's divided up.
That's exactly right. And to that point, Mr. Chairman, we would recommend that the authority remain with the department and the commission to allow for that rulemaking. Obviously, to your point, we don't want to blow up rabbits with large calibers, but also allowing for those small game calibers 22, 1.77 to do that small game, because they are ethical, and the efficiency of those rounds are more than enough for small game, and obviously allowing that range. And I agree with you in the concern of the turkey. I do know that California allows for air guns on turkey. For those that are unfamiliar, we have the authorized loads in the state of New Hampshire that are shotgun loads, and the load comes out in a conical shape to envelop the head of the turkey, the soft fleshy part of the turkey. This is for an effective lethal kill of a wild turkey. The turkey's feather makeup, the body, doing body shots with a shotgun load, or in this case, a small caliber air rifle, just is not effective. It's built like Kevlar and largely bounces off the bird. So we want to make sure that if we're out there harvesting, that we do it quickly, ethically, and honor the animal. Because a lot of this has been already taken care of with the amendments, I did want to answer some of the commission's questions as it pertains to other states, if you would.
Feel free.
Okay, very good. In 2019 in Georgia, by way of Senate Bill 72, and in Virginia, by way of House Bill 1393 and Senate Bill 859, legislation was enacted to authorize the use of air guns. In 2022, the Utah Governor Spencer Cox signed Senate Bill 205 to allow air guns. And then in 2022, Oklahoma authorized by way of 1571 Senate Bill the use of arrow air guns, essentially in the same makeup of air guns. So, and then to the Colonel's point, Colorado, as I understand, and Montana do the same thing. So there is there is case out here. There has been legislation passed all across the country for this, and with the right measures and the right testing that's proved positive for this body, I think this is something we can move forward with amendments.
Thank you for your testimony. Any
Thank you for your time.
questions? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you more slowly tell me the name of your organization? Because I couldn't write that quickly.
Yeah, sorry about that. Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation. We represent 50 National Assembly of Sportsmen's caucuses. We have organizations in all 50 states.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
And I have no more pink cards, so is there anybody who has not had a chance to speak that wants to add to testimony today? Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing on 1024, HB 1024. We have a short break before we start the next one, I believe. Actually, we're going to break for lunch. The next one's not till 1. So everybody can have a fantastic lunch and be back for 1 o'clock.
So we have a lot of new people on here, and they don't know when these people talk about the environment, and they don't know what they're talking about. I don't know if you want to explain to them.
Sure, we can do that right before we start again.
Yeah, it has something to,
It's important,
it bears.
and it's why I made sure that the prime sponsor put in a tag situation. I said, because this isn't going to fly. The vice chair and I discussed this, and it was one of the things we said straight out. Is, this has to. We're not getting any money from Pittman Robertson, so we need to let the department charge.
Right, so,
And so-
but it's not, won't quite be the same because you're only getting money for one tag unless you make.
It's true, but the department does that just basically to make sure that they are able to fund things that have to do with that particular hunting
I get that,
scenario.
but it's not quite the same. But anyway, I just wanted to
order of the next three bills we're gonna do?
Yes, so, so 1 o'clock is 1228.
Okay.
For Fish and Game guides. 1:30 is wild trout management.
Is this 1417?
1417, sorry. And 2 o'clock is 1530, wearing fish and game officers for the body.
Body cameras. Okay, thank you.
Slower. Slower. Ugh. Hello.
Hello, got a whole slew.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Okay, I'm going to call the hearing on HB 1228 to order and recognize Representative Claudine Burnham, the prime sponsor of the bill, to introduce it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, committee, for hearing HB 1228. I do have an amendment, which I will speak about as well. Hopefully you've received a copy. So HB 1228 is a means to help alleviate some issues that guides applicants have encountered while trying to achieve their guides license. Although guides licensing procedures fall under the responsibilities of Fish and Game Commission, the procedures, examinations, and other requirements currently are the responsibility of the executive director. As an applicant proceeds to complete his or her examinations, the applicant must also complete an oral examination, which is typically conducted by members of local guides association members and not necessarily Fish and Game law enforcement. Unfortunately, this procedure tends to be received with biased response by applicants. According to the New Hampshire Fish and Game website, a guide applicant must have working knowledge of the listed topics to be successful with exams. Knowledge. New Hampshire Fish and Game laws pertaining to the taking, possession, and transportation of fish and/or wildlife to the state in the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire Fish and Game laws pertaining to current bag limits on fish and/or wildlife in the state of New Hampshire. Federal regulations pertaining to taking possession and transportation of wildlife. General knowledge of fish and/or wildlife management practices in the state of New Hampshire. General knowledge of fish and/or wildlife cycles. Knowledge of the laws pertaining to guides and their clients. General knowledge of the state of New Hampshire geography. General knowledge of the flora and fauna of the state. Knowledge of emergency first aid and CPR. General knowledge of boating rules and regulations available through the Department of Safety Marine Division. Under this section, guide resource list on the website states, applicants must be ready to identify various animals, birds, and fish found in New Hampshire and have general knowledge as it relates to their biology. Other questions will be asked regarding safety, all watercraft regulations, handling of boats, canoes, kayaks, watercraft technology, rescue techniques, aids to navigation, navigation rules, and maps and compass. In addition, hunting guide applicants must possess a valid hunter safety certification and a current hunting license. Fishing guide applicants utilizing motorboats are required to have a commercial boat operator's license from Marine Patrol and current fishing license. The following materials that can be utilized to study these, to become a guide and becoming licensed in New Hampshire are the following: New Hampshire Hunting and Fishing Laws Digest or Laws Annotated and FIS. New Hampshire Off-Highway Recreational Vehicle Law Digest, the Boater's Guide of New Hampshire, USDA Guide Permits, Forest Service Fact Sheet, Migratory Bird Hunting Regulations, Outsmart Outback 2, First Aid Procedures and Backcountry Skills, Fishes of New Hampshire by John Scarola, the Peterson's Field Guides, Staying Found, the Complete Map and Compass Handbook by Jane Fleming, the Essential Wilderness Navigator by Dave Seidman, National Audubon Pocket Guides, LeMaster Method of Water Flow Identification, Birds of North America, AMC River Guide, LL Bean Guide to Canoeing by Ken Stone, River Rescue by Leo Betchel and Slim Ray, the Outdoor Leadership Handbook by Gil Gilpatrick, Be an Expert with Map and Compass by Bjorn Killstrom, You Are Alone in the Maine Woods, the Lost Hunter Guide. So according to the FIS 1301.03 in applications and procedures, each applicant must then take and successfully pass both a written and oral examination administered at the Fish and Game Department. The written examination requires a passing grade of at least 75% or better. Once an applicant passes the written examination, the applicant may attend an oral examination within the following 12 months. Should the applicant fail the oral examination, the applicant will be denied the license. Just one part, which is the oral examination. And I believe that you're going to hear some testimony on this today, because for all of this information, which the applicant must find themselves, it is not given to them in a curriculum, to study, to have knowledge of, and all rests on one oral examination question. The oral examination is a pass or fail, and the tests the applicant's practical skills, knowledge, and abilities in hunting for a hunting guide license or fishing for a fishing guide license. However, should the applicant fail this oral examination, the applicant is given no reason or answer for failing the result. No answer. You take all this time to study, to read the required reading materials, to get your licensing, to pursue something as a guide, and it depends on this one oral question, pass or fail. There is no detailed report on what the applicant did to fail, which does not allow the applicant further knowledge of what was said incorrectly or how to even learn from the incorrect response. This oral examination process is conducted by at least 2 and no more than 3 examiners, of which 2 members may be active or retired conservation officers from the Fish and Game Law Enforcement Division, and 1 currently licensed hunting or fishing guide chosen by the executive director or designee. Unfortunately, this is where many applicants find themselves in conflict when the guide providing the oral examination question may also be a guide in the area the applicant is interested in achieving a guide's license. For instance, you have a business. I want to open a business just like yours. But you get to determine whether I can open my business that's just like yours. That's kind of like the same idea, I think. Any applicant unsuccessful in passing the written exam may be allowed to retest at the next available date scheduled by the department, but in no event sooner than 60 days from the date of the original examination. 2 months seems a bit too long to retake an exam. Hunting and fishing are seasonal. We're asking them to wait longer than necessary, in my opinion. HB 1228 recommends no less than 2 weeks. According to FIS 130.01, Applications and Procedures, the application of a person failing a second written or oral examination shall be denied in writing, subject to the right of the applicant to seek an appeal of the decision. Why should applicants have limited attempts? Lastly, the current requirement that no person who has failed a second written or oral examination shall be approved to sit for practical skills examination for a period of 1 year from the date of the second failed examination. Why so long? A whole year? Perhaps a month would suffice. Hunting and fishing are limited to seasons. A year in holding an applicant from preceding these requirements just seems like a method to keep potential guides from being licensed within the same districts as current guides that are providing the examinations. HB 1228 also speaks to the license renewal requirement in RSA 215.4 that currently states that every resident 65 years of age or older who has been a licensed guide in the state for 5 or more years may obtain a license as a guide to fish or to hunt by payment of only the cost of issuing said license as determined by the executive director. Why is a guide provided such accommodations? And why does the executive director get to determine the cost or no cost to the resident? How is that determined? New Hampshire has the most rigorous requirements for applicants to become a guide and little information to assist the applicant with a study guide or curriculum. Nearby states such as Massachusetts and Rhode Island have no fees or tests. Connecticut requires a $100 license fee each year and no test is required. New York also has a $100 fee for a 5-year license written exam with a pass of 70% or better, and all information and curriculum on the test is free for studying purposes. Maine requires $100 per classification initial fee, $135 for 5-year license, not every year, and a written and oral exam requiring a 70% or better. And all information and curriculum is available online and clearly stated in the following oral board test as specific outline: 14 days to retake written and 30 days to retake the oral board. And as a result, Maine guide schools have a 90 to 95% pass rate. HB 1228 establishes a 5-person committee to steer the guide's license qualifications versus to burden on one individual, currently the executive director. By having a committee comprised of only active or retired conservation officers from the Fish and Game Law Enforcement Division as members, applicants may receive a broader scope of what is required to know and learn in order to achieve a successful grade on the written and oral exams. The amendment 2024-0177H states that members of this committee shall not currently or have formerly been guides. This is to eliminate any possible notions of biasness that is currently reflected on today's applicants by this process. I ask that you support and accept Amendment 2024-0177H and pass HB 1228 with amendment, so we can expand the Fish and Games Guides program with a more fair and transparent approach to testing future applicants and growing our guides program with skillful fishing and hunting guides. Thank you for consideration. I do have copies of my testimony if you would like them. I can pass them around. Any questions?
Thank you, Representative. If you can give your copy of your written testimony to the clerk at the very least,
I have some
that will help out. If you want to pass them out, that's fine as well. Are there any questions? Does anybody in the committee have questions? Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So I've not hired a guide, but my husband has hired many guides, and oftentimes he ends up with these guides in very remote areas. So I'm wondering why you wouldn't support a rigorous outline of studies if indeed these guides are taking people and their lives at risk into very outback type country. I heard your testimony about other states, but that makes me just a little nervous. So if you could expand on that, please.
Sure. No, I am not opposed to rigorous requirements. As a matter of fact, I think that everyone should be certified as a CPR and first aid individual. Just having knowledge to me in those far outreaches to me wouldn't be acceptable, but it is only knowledgeable, and that's why I really stress that. So I'm not opposed to that. I shared other local or nearby states, their testing procedures or what those qualifications are in comparison to what New Hampshire has, because information as to what is expected for a guide is provided, more so than just a list of books and materials that a guide needs to find on their own.
Further questions? Representative Page.
Thank you. So if I understand your testimony correctly, it sounds like either you are alleging or you have heard others allege that there is bias among the examiners, and also that they're not seeing the results of the oral examination. Are you aware of documentation of that oral examination that exists and are to substantiate those allegations, and are those publicly available after the examination upon request, like through a right to know request or such?
Thank you for your question. I'm not aware of any documentation, especially on the oral examination, because it is an oral question. However, I do believe you'll hear testimony from those who have experienced that.
And Vice Chair Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. Was I correct in hearing you say Maine does an oral interview?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was I correct in hearing that you stated Maine does a written as well as oral?
Correct.
Follow.
Follow up.
Do you know if after the oral interview in Maine, if they are provided, if they fail, a reason why through the oral interview?
I do not know that.
Follow up.
So I guess my question is, so Maine could be doing, well, it sounds good that they're doing a written and an oral. Comparing them to New Hampshire, saying they're better off by doing their process the way they do it, really might not be the truth if they have a subjective oral interview the same way New Hampshire does.
Can I answer that kind of question? So I'm not saying that Maine is better. I'm just kind of expressing what the other states have been doing and how they conduct their exams and their fee process.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Ford.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just real quick on the amendment, it says that the committee, the Fish and Game Commission, but the guide committee should be only of active or retired conservation officers. And I'm just wondering, would you be open to having someone from like the New Hampshire Guides Association on this particular committee and not just conservation officers, recognizing there are guides and they may not be in the same business. I love your analogy. I really appreciate it. But they would understand what it means to become a guide and could give insights that maybe a conservation officer may not necessarily have. Would you be open to adding those with experience as a guide on this particular committee?
So the amendment does specifically state on line 7, the members of the committee shall not currently be or have formerly been guides. That's the purpose of this amendment. Unfortunately, it was in the original bill, and I wanted to make sure that that was clear. My understanding is that it would be preferred not. Perhaps they could be advisory, but not necessarily on the committees.
Follow up.
And from your point of view, what's the benefit or the loss? Both, actually. What's the benefit and what's the loss of not having someone who is a former or current guide on the convention or in the committee? Sorry.
So I am not a hunter or fisher, but I do support them. I have family members that are. And I understand where they are in this position. It's a tight community. And I think that there tends to be maybe misunderstanding. And just to avoid that kind of misunderstanding or biasness, it would be better for the committee not to have a representative of the Guides Association.
Representative Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. The amendment does state that you'd like the committee to be comprised only of active and retired conservation officers from Fish and Game Law Enforcement Division as the members. Did you consult with Fish and Game about that? And do they feel like they have enough active and retired members who have time to be on this committee?
I have not.
Any further questions? Representative Goley, Vice Chair Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just one last question on the amendment. Do you know if any of the other states you cited in their testing process have requirements that no member of their testing community is, any guide cannot participate in this process?
I'm not familiar with their process as far as a committee or who is in direct contact with providing those resources. It's just, I think this might be a suitable process, to alleviate any supposed bias and have more transparency and oversight, and a committee where applicants can come to a meeting to address certain situations that may occur.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair will recognize now Representative Glenn Bailey, who's asked for less than 3 minutes. Yeah, I actually had her next anyway, so if you'd like to switch places, we can do that. Representative Potenza, who's asked for 2 minutes.
So I was made aware of this issue from Representative Claudine Burnham, and then spoke with a few members in my county, in Stratford County, that this is affected. So I think we're reading into this bill a lot. This doesn't change the requirements, the rigorous standards, or anything like that. I think full transparency is important. Telling people, they don't. The other states, by the way, do have, they do provide study materials and things like that that we don't. So we're giving them a list and we're asking them to just go out and get those things. When you fail a test, if you don't have any idea how you failed it, that's just ridiculous. So that fixes this. There's one person right now that is in charge of this. And so having a committee, so we have, in the transparency of it, is if you have someone that's in the guides business, it is a very small community, you have to be very careful about, they're going to want to pick the winners and the losers too, because they don't want to have necessarily that competition. So I think this levels the playing field. It offers transparency. And I think that's just what's needed, because there's one person right now that is making these decisions. So mind you, we didn't want to have to put a bill in. We tried to fix this another way and we didn't get anywhere. And so that is why this bill is forward. So, and I have to go testify on another bill, but if you have any questions, I can take a couple, but this is really just fixing a problem and a little bit of an injustice to some people that have been really trying to get this license.
Any questions? Representative Harvey.
So I hear what you're saying. Basically, what they're providing is a syllabus, a list of materials where the questions might come from, but not a list of the questions. And, that's, all of us have gone through high school and beyond, and that's kind of what you get as a syllabus. Why are you suggesting it should be different than for an organization that takes people's lives into their hands?
I didn't suggest that at all. I suggested a study guide doesn't give the answers to the questions. So she gave you the laundry list of everything that you would need to know specifically if you were going to get this licensing, and I think that's fine. But, an outline would be nice. I'm not asking for the answers to the questions.
Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You said that you've talked to some people that were, aggrieved by the existing process. What type of guides were they? Freshwater, hunting, saltwater?
They're here, so I want them to speak to how they were.
Thanks.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you just clarify, you said there's only one person in charge of it now. Is that referring to the oral board decision?
No, that's referring to the executive director.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and good luck with your next bill. The chair now recognizes Representative Glenn Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed committee members. I know nothing about Fish and Game. I've heard some of the same complaints, and I would I guess my expertise, if you call it that, is I've spent 3 years on ED&A. Representative Goley can verify that. And we seem to spend a considerable amount of time with boards and licenses. And there's been a trend over the last couple of years of separating the board from the licensing, where the board provides the knowledge of what should be known and what should be tested, and the licensing is done by OPLC. And he can confirm that for me. But we were warned at one point about there was a particular license that only had 30 people in the whole state had the license. And there was 7 of them were on the board, you know. And in a rotation, it's like, well, the same 30 people will rotate through the board every 3 or 4 years, you know. It gets to be a little incestuous, you might say. And they were warned that they were in danger of a lawsuit, that it was so close and so particular to the choice of those people as to who would be next to be on this license. That they were just warned that there was a potential there for a serious lawsuit. And I kind of wonder if maybe some of that is rearing its head here from what I heard from some people who were attempting to get licensed, is it gets to be, so it's an oral exam and they won't tell you what you did wrong, and then you have to take it again and they won't tell you what you did wrong, so you do it wrong again. It gets to be a little hinky. That's all. I would advise you to take a look at that aspect and maybe consider separating them like every other license in the state is trending. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you open to questions?
Certainly.
Does anybody have any questions? Representative Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Just to be clear, you talked about some board that was admonished that they were expecting a lawsuit. That is not anything.
I don't wanna
Wait a
mention-
minute, that's
I don't
not anything
mention any
relative
names,
to Fish
yeah.
and Game.
Oh, no, it wasn't fishing
It
game.
was just
It's just the style of licensing.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
there's a trend to be a certain way. The board is one thing and the knowledge is one thing. This began to sound, I don't think brain surgeons have it as difficult as fish and game guides. You might want to consider whether that's too much.
Thank you again for your testimony. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair will now recognize Dave Poole, representing the New Hampshire Guides Association. If you do have your testimony as it says here, I would appreciate you passing that out, and please don't read from your testimony. Right, we've got it here in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks. My name is David Poole. I am here representing the New Hampshire Guides Association. And for those of you that read that written testimony, I am principally, since COVID, the Guides Association representative to the board that does the group that does the evaluation. So if you would believe all of this, I'm the person that's trying to stop other guides from being guides. If you read the testimony that I gave, that's incorrect. I can't say it vehemently enough, but I'm not going to repeat myself. That is not the intent. What I would bring to the committee's attention is that the Board of Electricians is, I'm carrying electrical license, so I have a little bit of background, this one. The Board of Electricians is 3 licensed electricians, 2 from the public, and a representative of the Fire Marshal's office. Every time you take the test, the application fee is $60, the exam is $50, and a retest is $25. So, electricians, testing electricians, or certainly providing the information for that. Maine Wildlife, I don't want to discount the sponsor's testimony, but it's not $100, it's $125, and it's $125 for each classification. So if you apply for hunting, fishing, those are all $125 every time. Every time you retake the failed oral exam, it's $125. Their committee, their Evaluators are made up of wardens, members of the guide community, and members of what would be Fish and Game here. It's DMR, I believe, in Maine. So they have a very similar setup as to what we have. The issue that, so I have been, as in that written testimony, I've been involved in this I've been a guide since 2005, right, retired from the fire service in 2007, and I've been involved in this process since that process, from that point onward. Originally, and to date, there is no cost to taking a test, the guides test in the state of New Hampshire. What that has evolved into is people don't have any skin in the game. So, and I will say, as a matter of background, there are not 30, there's anywhere between 150 and 200 licensed guides in the state of New Hampshire, depending on what year it is and what time of year it is. And of that, there are probably, I can count less than 20 that make their living at guiding. And I put myself in the rest are, it's a hobby. We found something we love to do, and we do it. But it is not our primary way of making a living. So given that fact that people come to this test, and I will tell you from a lot of years of being an evaluator, they come to this test totally unprepared. And that has resulted in a tremendous amount of folks that just don't get past the first iota. Now, for those of you that took Hunter Ed, you spent 30 minutes learning how to orient a map and find north, right? That is one of the questions. And I can't tell you accurately, but I can tell you that of the last group, 3 of them failed. Now, if you're going to go out in the woods with somebody, wouldn't you want them to be able to orient a map and use a magnetic compass? So those are the kinds of things that I find being issues. So not having that investment and not having a financial impact. When I took my electrician's license test, that was the way I was going to make a living. That's how I was going to feed my family. Guiding is not the way I've ever intended to feed my family. And somebody thinks they're going to guide for a living and feed their family a lot is probably mistaken. And as far as the oral exam, I am not sure. The colonel can certainly speak to whether it's discoverable through Right to Know. And it's a personnel record. I'm not sure how that would work. If it is available, you'll be surprised. I will tell you that. So again, I came from the fire service side. Everything we do is based on an oral exam, and those were very subjective oral exams. If you made a mistake, you could be taken down a bad road. This oral exam, Fish and Game chose early, and we have maintained this is structured. This is not a single question that you fail. This is a series of questions that have assigned grades. Now the incident changes, but the grades stay the same throughout. So it is not an arbitrary, Dave Poole decided I don't like your color of your eyes, you're going to become a fishing guide, I happen to be a fly fishing guide. Somebody comes in, we need guides. We have never been in a position where we had enough guides in the state of New Hampshire, ever. And with that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Thank you much. If nobody objects, I'm going to ask one question first. You mentioned that there's no skin in the game. Would it be something that Fish and Game should consider in charging for the guide's license?
In my humble opinion, yes. And so if I might be allowed to expand a little bit.
It's your floor.
So initially when, I hope I'm not going to step on your toes.
You're doing fine.
Initially when this was started, we were doing tests every quarter. So you had the opportunity to take the test every quarter. I'm not sure. So everything I tell you is about the oral board. I have no involvement at all in the written portion of this. Okay, when they come to the oral board, they've passed the written. So it was every quarter. And what happened was, because there was no cost, people just showed up. And as a matter of fact, I believe I'm fairly accurate, 25% of the people don't show up for the test because they have no skin in the game. So we show up, myself, at least one CO, maybe two COs, and they don't show up for their exams. So that's an issue. I lost my train, sorry.
It's fine. Any further questions? We'll go with Rep. Khan first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Can you walk me through the step one to the last step? What is the process of getting this license?
Okay, so I may miss some administrative things. If I do, I'm sure the colonel will correct me. So you apply for the license, you're given a test date, the next available test date. At this point, it's the initial test, it's twice a year. It's available. So you apply for the license, send in your money, you're given a test date, and you take the written, if you pass the written. So I believe the written in this, I'll give you the next cycle. So if you applied today, you'd be given a written date in February, the end of February. Pass that written test with a minimum score of 70, you'd go on to be scheduled for a oral board on a Monday in March. Sometimes goes into April, but usually finishes in March. So once you, the oral board is comprised now of 2 sections. It used to be 3 sections. The first section is navigation. It could be land navigation. It could be water navigation. All this is on, I'm not giving away any super secrets here. All this is on the website. It's some sort of navigation. The second section is, we used to call a lost person scenario. It's actually more accurately, I think, an emergency scenario. So something bad happens. Somebody could get lost, somebody could get hurt, somebody could get, a whole number of litany of things could happen. And there are responses that are expected based on the information that is in that list of study guides.
Can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
So all these things happens until somebody gets the license. The policy and the procedure, everything is implemented by the commission, right? It's not just the executive director. The commission is watching everything that happens with the licensing process.
I believe that it's all in rule. Yes, I believe that it's all in rule. So
Thank
it's overseen. Yeah.
Thank you.
But-
Any further questions? Representative Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Is it safe to say that there's written findings during the oral board?
You bet.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I didn't mean to be. There is absolutely that I didn't mean to be.
No, that's okay. Is there any reason why a written result is not given to the applicant as to why they fail?
Yes. So we originally did. So if you, for instance, you failed aiming your compass, and we originally would immediately correct. And when I say originally, I believe it's 10 to 12 years ago this started. I can't give you an accurate date. I probably should be able to, but I can't. And what happens is, as soon as we give you the answer, and that answer is communicated to every single applicant forevermore. So the test becomes, now that was a simple one. But for instance, we have right now, we had a test, and we don't use it anymore, so I can give it away. We had a test that was a person wandered away from a fishing expedition up in my neck of the woods, Rumney. And that person walked away, and I actually had an applicant come to me as we were doing the test and said, oh, no, he's supposed to go looking for wood right now. So obviously that had been communicated throughout. Now there are guide schools, and those can be, sometimes they get involved in some of those trying to help people pass. Well, they always help people pass, but sometimes they can get involved in those things, but they just over time, that gets around. You know somebody that passed the test, you ask them what tests they had. So we're constantly having to evolve. If we actually, if Fish and Game was forced to actually do tests, give away the answers every 2 weeks and then retest every 2 weeks, there would be multiple people involved in rewriting tests constantly to be able to provide that, to be able to provide integrity down the road.
Any further questions? Representative Darby, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Because there's different types of guides, can you talk about who makes up the questions for the different, for the different categories?
If you don't know, it's okay to say you don't know, and we can pass
I
that on
know,
to the...
I'm,
Okay.
it's how much I can give away. To be brutally honest, the answers are completely reflective of the incident. So, but it wouldn't make any difference. The only difference between a hunting and a fishing guide that came in would be the evolution that they would be given. So, for instance, if as a fishing guide, I could end up with a person that had a problem in a boat while we were fishing, where a hunting guide would come in and maybe they had a problem with a person in a stand that was hunting. But the reaction to those and the follow-up from the guide should be appropriate to the incident, but it's cut and dried. It's not. I will give you an example. We had a person that was asked to do navigation, and this is a test that we've had to retire because it's been learned. But he actually said, well, it happened to be in the early morning. He said, I would navigate by the stars. And the CO and I looked at each other and went, awesome. We never thought of that. That's perfect. Line yourself up as long as you know how to navigate with constellations. That's a perfect answer. So that's an answer that wasn't on the paper, but certainly we had to accept. So does that help? As far as the questions, they're developed in different ways. One of the, unfortunately, recently deceased lieutenants actually came up with one of the most recent tests.
Follow up.
Thank you. I guess I didn't understand. So you don't test somebody that's going off the seacoast, ask different questions than somebody that's, trolling in Lake Winnipesaukee?
No. So that's one of the other difficulties for guides coming in is that we have guides that come to us and say, well, I'm just going to be a fly fishing guide, and I'm never going to use a boat. Well, the unfortunate part is we don't have that. That category doesn't exist in the state of New Hampshire. You are a fishing guide, period. That is east to west, north to south. I will say it doesn't include, you don't have to have a license to be on salt water. That helps.
Vice Chair Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Being from the fire service and familiar with the oral interviews and things, I think it's always important that when you go to an interview, someone who has a background in fire service or whatever you're talking about is important to be part of that process. Wouldn't you say that saying no guide should be part of this process would do a disservice to this exam versus being involved in knowing what's going on and what it entails?
I couldn't agree more. And coming from the same background, I never looked on the other side of taking a test in the fire service and looked across the table and found somebody that never fought fire. So I absolutely agree. And that was why we initially became involved, was to advocate, almost exactly the opposite of what would be portrayed here, to advocate for guides.
Thank you. Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So in listening to some of your examples, am I correct in thinking that the oral exam is kind of a practicum exam?
Absolutely.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
So in a practicum, you can either do it or not do it. You know whether you can do it or whoops, I'm not able to do this. So even without, feedback from from how you did on the test, in your opinion, are the kinds of things you're asking in the oral exam kind of obvious to the person taking it that they're able or not able to do what's being asked in the oral exam? Because that seemed to be her problem.
I'll give you two examples. One, so as far as the navigation, it's a fairly cut and dried thing. Some people walk away and have no idea what they did wrong. On the other hand, at this last fall examination, we had an individual that went away from the navigation portion, came back and shook his head like this and said, I know exactly what I did wrong. On the other hand, we have folks that when responding to an emergency and they have a issue that comes up that again, I'm struggling not giving away tests, that may come up that requires, whether it be medical or it be technical knowledge. They may not know that they, for instance, failed because they didn't take care of the boat or they didn't take care of the person. So does that help? I mean, they're not.
Thank you. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Following up on Representative Harvey a little bit. So we heard earlier that it's a one-question oral exam, and that doesn't sound like what you're saying. You're saying it's a structured test similar to doing a structured interview. You have 3 people on the board all listening to the same question, independently grading that question, and at the end collating their scores. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And a
Follow up.
This is a different question. We also heard this morning, earlier in testimony, that it seems like there are those that believe that there have been instances where a guide on this board might have voted a certain way to keep someone out of a job. Have you ever experienced that? Not personally. I'm not.
Well, in that I'm
Obviously,
I
you're
would
gonna
be
say
the
no.
guy since COVID, with I think one exception. One day I couldn't make it. I have not, and again, I can't reiterate enough. There aren't enough guides. This isn't a limitation. This is, if I could get, right now I have 3 people that call me at the end of every testing to say, did you pass somebody that we can hire? It is that dire a need to get the people into the field to be able to perform this function.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. The chair recognizes Jay Pension. Jody Person, sorry.
Good afternoon. I guess I want to speak in support of this bill. And I think I'd like to just start out quickly, as quick as I can, introducing myself. And my name is Jody Person. I'm 57. I've been an avid I've been bass fishing for over 30 years, professionally and non-professionally. I went and decided that I would like to become a guide. I got to this point in my life where I thought it would be a good idea to be a guide and take people out and share my 40 years of knowledge. Anyways, I'll explain. I started with doing the paper test. I signed up and did the paper test. There was problems with the paper test. I failed the first time. The second time, there was problems with the paper test, but I'm sorry, what was your? Kevin Jordan here. He actually took the reins of the problems that there was with the paper test, and he corrected them, because there was a lot of questions on there that had absolutely nothing to do with fishing. So I would congratulate on him getting a hold of that and getting the paper test in line. So I finally passed the paper test and I went for the oral exam and I failed the map and compass bad. I was not ready for that. I went in and I can admit that I was definitely not ready for that. I failed for that. So I went and studied and took a course somewhere and everything, you know, and just went through and I learned a lot. And then I went in for my second time, the oral exam, and I passed the map and compass, I believe. This process has been 5 years now, going on 6 years, so I might be a little fuzzy on how things happen, but I'm giving you the truth as far as I can remember it. The second oral exam, I failed. I made it through map and compass, I believe, but then I failed on the oral part of it. And of course, you got to wait when you fail twice. You got to wait a year. So here I am waiting a year. So, anyways, I come back. They make you start from the beginning again. So I had to do the paper test. I passed the paper test. I got to the oral. My thing was on the oral part, when they kept failing you, they wouldn't tell you why you failed. We've already heard that spoke today. I don't want to repeat on that, but it just seemed like every time I would ask the people that were there, there'd be conservation officer there and guard association rep there, and I would ask the officer, well, why did I fail? And he would go they usually go like this. And they point to the guard association representative, and then that representative wouldn't tell you, you know, what you did wrong. And I was like, well, how am I going to learn? How am I going to learn to do this? And then I'm off, and I got to wait another year and start again. But so, anyways, that's my story of where I've been with that, and I guess I'll just jump to why I'm a supporter of House Bill 1228. Is I really think that we need a committee. That needs to be a committee to get some kind of more structure to this, because it really is such a broad thing for one person to try to run this whole thing. When if you can have a committee, you're going to have more than one mind working on this. Because the way it's set up right now, it's just, I feel it's not a fair playing field to get in here. I think the committee would be able to address, like you heard from someone earlier, that this license is so broad. The fishing license, the guide fishing license is broad from border to border, rivers, camping, going out in boats. I can take people clamming. I mean, it's all over the place. And for myself, I'm just like, I want to do freshwater bass fishing out of a boat, and I think if there's a committee, I think the committee could actually break things in like DMV does. You don't go in and get a license for driving a car and you can hop in a semi or this weight or this, that. I think it needs to be structured out more where that, a committee would really be good, because it would be able to say, let's make a class 1 and 2 open water fishing license. It's not, I don't think it's a lot of work. I just think, that's why we need a committee. And as far as the guide associations being involved in this right now, I'm not a lawyer or a judge, but I believe it's 100% illegal to have a private entity joining with a Department of New Hampshire, joining those two entities together and having this private entity making the decision whether I can get a license or not when they're hired guides. They're guides for hire. I mean, it's a 100% conflict of interest. I mean, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a judge, but I have friends that are lawyers, and I know a retired judge, and I've talked, and it's like, I mean, it's crazy. It's just a little bit out of control. And I don't understand why, you know, you think about this guide association, it's almost like putting them above the Fish and Game officers that are trained. They're the ones, when the phone call gets made, to go out and find that person and save a life and do everything. Why are we jumping over? The paper test is given by Fish and Game conservation officers only. The guide association is not involved with that. Why? I think that it just would be fair if the oral is given too. Why do we need a guide association involved with that, which is a 100% conflict of interest, when you have the officers that are the ones that are actually trained in it? They're the ones that.
Thank you, Mr. Person. You're gone over your time, and we're
Okay.
getting close to the, well,
That's fine.
we've gone over time for this hearing, but
Okay.
if you've got anything new that you haven't covered already, please state it now, and otherwise, I
No,
thank you for your testimony.
I
Are there
think
any questions?
I think that's about all I would like to say at this time.
I'll let you go to questions then, and Representative Brown, you're recognized to
All right, thank
ask
you.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Are you would you be willing to accept from the board, when they say you failed the oral test, that you didn't pass this section, as opposed to, as a previous testifier said, not giving you the question, but you fail in this section? Do they tell you that, and would that be your preference?
Don't know if I understand. You mean like if they're.
So you didn't pass navigation, but you don't have to know the exact question or the answer.
No, I think that should be given, you know. As far as that map and compass stuff, they said they weren't supposed to tell me, and you know, because you've heard the reasons why, but it's like, I guess they do that the oral is two separate. The compass, the map and compass is one part of the oral, and the second is the scenario. The scenario is where it really gets, you know, I don't have a problem with the paper test, the compass, map and compass and stuff, but when the scenario gets going, the scenario starts, and then all of a sudden it just starts taking a life of its own, and it goes and goes depending on how. If you rescue one person, I mean, if you're gonna go rescue one person, there's a scene, there's probably two or three different ways you could go about it, and you're gonna come out with the same the same outcome, and you're gonna save the person's life. It's just, it's very hard to go through that oral scenario and say what they want to hear. I mean, there's three different ways to rescue someone, and it's.
Thank you.
Representative Page.
Thank you. So a previous speaker said that there's a lot of structure to the test, that there's a scoring rubric, and the various examiners collate their scores at the end of this process. When you, at the end of this process, having not received a pass, received a fail,
Yeah.
do you just see you failed, or do you get some version of your scores for the different sections?
On the oral?
Correct.
I get absolutely
Okay.
goose egg.
Thank you.
I get just stared at, and it's you know, it shouldn't be like that. I have 100% respect for these conservation officers and everybody involved, but yeah, I believe it may seem like a big thing doing a committee
Okay.
to do, but.
Do we have any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir. We've
Yep,
got more
thank you.
people to get through. Chair recognizes Kyle Baker. You've asked for 3 minutes. Representing the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Kyle Baker. I'm with the Rathyoung and Pignatelli law firm here in Concord, and I represent the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. The New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is a association that represents approximately 50 different fishing, game, and shooting clubs, as well as an affiliated membership of about 55,000 sportsmen and women from around the state. And we're here to oppose this piece of legislation. Mainly over the concerns of the role of the guide in the sporting, whether you're hunting, fishing, or just exploring the outdoor spaces, is so incredibly important. And we think that the way the system works now has worked, and it continues to work to provide the safest experience for sportsmen and women across the state. The rigorous education requirements, the testing process. As you heard, the guides that are involved in this testing process with the conservation officers, it's done on a voluntary basis. There are not many guides out there making a full-time living working as a guide. Most of these folks are tied into their communities, whether they're avid fishermen, avid anglers, avid hunters. They're very, an integral part of outdoor recreation, and we think that this bill could put some of that at risk. We believe that having the guides play a role in the testing is incredibly important to ensuring the safety for sportsmen. When we've talked about different licenses. You've heard testimony about different licensing across the state. You're going to a doctor for a procedure. You want to see the doctor that's done the procedure you need the most times. When you are looking to hire a plumber for something in your house, you want the best. You want someone who has the most experience in doing it. And we think that it rings true for guides, hunting and fishing guides as well. Hunting and fishing in New Hampshire is also a source of tourism. Recently, the Outdoor Recreation Department inside BEA listed hunting and fishing as one of the leading sources of tourism dollars in New Hampshire. It's incredibly important that well-trained guides are available to meet non-residents when they come here looking to take advantage of the unique and vast outdoor recreation opportunities we have. You can be hunting in the North Country and fishing off the coast of the ocean all within a couple of hours if you're lucky enough to do it. So we think that the current process works. It's not here to say it's perfect by any means, and there's obviously always open to conversations on how we can make the process more efficient, as long as we're ensuring that safety is key. These are folks that are putting, folks that are coming, putting up hard-earned dollars to get a service, and we need to make sure that they're getting what they're paying for. So with that, I want to be respectful of your time and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Chair now recognizes Richard Burnham, representing himself. Asked for 5 to 10 minutes. If you can keep that on the lower side, that'd be great because we're running behind.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Richard Burnham from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Also, a very similar situation where I've tried going through the guides test through 2 or 3 times within the course of several years, in which I've passed the written exam and then gotten to the oral board and gone through a few of the sequences, but ultimately failed. And I come to you guys today in order to address the fact of the whole conflict of interest. And one thing that gets me is for the state of New Hampshire, especially New Hampshire Fish and Game, for the hunter education course and the trapper education course, that is strictly run by the New Hampshire Fish and Game officers. Now, for the guides test, we have the guides and the New Hampshire Fish and Game officers as part of that board. And normally there's only 2 instead of 3. At least that's what I've experienced. Usually 1 guide and 1 Fish and Game officer. And now the biggest thing with me that I bring up is the whole accountability aspect of it all. And with a guide being on the board, he may be qualified and have the information necessary in order to pass or fail an individual, like he has that background information. But again, what stops that person from maybe leaking that information to others? What I've noticed within the past several years, if you look at the New Hampshire Fish and Game guides list, is there's actually a lot of very family members that are all guides. And it kind of interests me on how they are able to pass so easily versus others maybe not have that same experience. The other thing I want to bring up is also I have no problem with the test. I think the information we're tested on is totally fine. It's accurate. That's what we should be trained to do and whatnot. But how it's administrated is one big problem there. And as an educator in New Hampshire, one of the big things I teach my students and just always go by is to have a growth mindset. And a growth mindset is where you can learn from your mistakes. And in this case, we don't have that opportunity. We don't know why we failed. And that is a big problem because I can go back and back to the study materials and still don't know why I failed. And if by providing some sort of written report, then I can understand, all right, why I failed and improve myself better for the next time. And as also having that committee will help with that process of creating these exams, making sure everything's fair, and to go from there.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Glenn Burnham.
Hi, my name's Glenn Burnham, residents of Wolfboro. I run a construction outfit. One of the questions related to David Poole about the cost of this.
Can you make sure you move into the mic?
Sure.
Thank you. That's just, there are people watching online as well, and it's to pick your voice up better.
Thank you, sir. The CPR course we have to pay for routinely, so that is a cost as well. As far as the transparency of this, I find that, you know, it should be, you know, if you're answering a question, there should be an answer for it. You know, and how do we know on these scenarios on this oral exam that there's not more scenarios being said to one candidate to another? I mean, if they failed on the first scenario, then that should be brought up. And why did you fail? You know, I think it's a business. They can say what they want about, oh, it's not a business, I don't make a living out of it. It is a business. And one of the ladies over here said that her husband hired a guide. My question to her is, did you ask for proof of insurance? That should be like the very first thing. Before you even step on the boat, you don't even know if you're safe. So regardless of this course, if this guy has no insurance, you have no, you know, nothing to claim on. So I think there's a lot of loopholes in this thing. I think the state has to step up and control it. I don't like seeing a third party. I just think there's play for bad error here. Also, on another note, I was going to mention he mentioned there was 150 to 200 guides in the state. Well, how many of those guides took the test? And how many of those guides were grandfathered in? That's a question I'd like to ask David Poole. You know, so you talk about going out with these guides. You don't even know if they even took the exam. They've been grandfathered in. So, and you talk about, well, you know, it's so scary. They need to have all this accreditation. In my book, I run a business. I do bids for the Navy Yard. I do bids for the biggest gypsum wallboard plant in this state. I run a risk. It's a business. That's exactly what it is. If I had to make a bid against another construction guy and I knew that he had something up over me, well, that's not fair. That's like a painting company owning their own paint manufacturer. You know, apples for apples. So when you say, yeah, all these guides are all qualified, they're not all qualified. There's a bunch of them out there that are grandfathered in. So I don't know. I just think we're taking a situation here and we're making it bigger than what it is.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
And the last person I'll call is Colonel Jordan from Fish and Game.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry that we're running late, and I'm probably not going to speed that up much.
I appreciate that you might be able to answer a lot of the open
Yes,
ends.
there's a lot of information that's been provided that is not at all accurate. So let me just tell you how this process works. So for many, many years, Fish and Game provided a written exam for a guide. It was the same written exam that was used better than a decade. And so the exam became, as you can all imagine, very simple for everyone to pass. And we had a number of people passing that I questioned when I met them in the woods hunting, that these are qualified people to take folks out. And remember, I want to remind you what's most critical here. We are taking people out into the wilderness that don't have that experience. They are relying on the people who are taking them out there to safely get them out there and return them home without injury. That's a big deal. That's a big deal to me. That's a big deal to my staff, and it's a big deal to the people that are going out there. So it's very key, I think, that we improve that process. So I went to the Guides Association. I was the guy who did that. I went to the Guides Association because those are the guys or people, not just guys, those are the people that are doing it. I look back at Marty because she lectures me on coming into the 2000s, and I'm trying very hard to do that. I'm a dinosaur. So the guides, we looked at other states. So we looked at the state of Maine, who I thought got it right. The one thing the state of Maine does is they manage their guides a lot tighter than we do. They even get into what they charge and how much they can charge. I'm not looking to do that. It's free enterprise in the state of New Hampshire, and it's none of my business. But I did like their testing procedure. I thought that their testing procedure was a good measure of skill sets, and their testing procedure is similar to ours. So we kind of mirrored that. So what happens now, when you have someone who applies for a guide's license, they have to have a CPR certification or at least wilderness first aid, because we want them to be able to perform CPR and first aid on injured people, which, by the way, happens a lot. These people get injured a lot. They have diabetic shocks when they're out. There's all kinds of issues that come up. So to ask the guides to at least be trained to that level is appropriate. They submit all that paperwork. We do a background check, which is another bill that you're going to hear about later, in an effort to tighten up because we've had some issues with that. And I don't know if you remember, but we had a guide or an issue come before this very committee a number of years ago where a sex offender had snuck under the wire, became a guide, and was offending children in the Bob House. And
We
that-
dealt with that.
Yeah, that came here. So you're going to hear that again at a Senate bill that's coming towards you to try and prevent that. So they submit all that paperwork within a window of time. We put on the website what that window of time is, so it's very clear to everyone. That comes into my office at law enforcement, and the young lady in there schedules a written exam in which I take part in. So I go down when we score the exam, and I take in each. And so we change the exam. I ask the officers, not the Guides Association, the officers, to create questions that we could put in a bank. I had our IT people create a bank of questions for hunting, a bank of questions for fishing, and we basically go to this bank and say, okay, Representative Goley wants to take a hunting exam, so we'll pull out a hunting exam, which will have a number of questions on it. I can go back 5 seconds later and ask for one for Representative Spillane, and it'll be very different. It will have hunting questions on it, but they will be different questions. We're very happy with that. On occasion, the hunting exam will produce a fishing question, or the fishing exam will produce a hunting question, as you heard, and I forget the gentleman's name who that occurred with. Jody. So the one thing Jody didn't understand, or certainly it wasn't communicated, we don't score those questions against their final score. So if I've got a gentleman in there taking a fishing exam and there are hunting questions in there that he missed, we go over it. I tell him, you missed the bass question on your hunting exam, but it doesn't count towards his final score because it's an incorrect question. So that is corrected. He's right. We do jump on that, but I think it's important to understand that it doesn't count against their score. On that day, if they in fact pass that written exam, we give them a schedule for the next oral board exam. Now, the oral board exam is a very involved test. The officers get together, the Guides Association comes in on their own time, volunteering their own time to help us with this, and we create an oral board exam that we're going to give a number of people. We schedule 4, maybe 5 a day at best, because it takes some time to go through this. They're done in 2 sections. So normally and I used to be a part of this for many years. It was done in 3 sections. Now it's been changed to 2. But they do a navigational piece, be it on the water or on land, because navigation, of course, is part of why we do search and rescue, is people are not good at that. So there's a navigational section, and we ask them to step out once we put them through that exam, and that exam is scored, and then they're brought back in, and they're told then that they failed or passed that section. If they pass that section, they move on to the next one, which would be the search and rescue piece of it or the first aid piece of it or the general guiding type scenarios. We may have some objects in the room we want them to identify. I like to see them pick up a firearm, make sure they don't swing it around and point it at us, that they check to make sure it's empty. I mean, we go through the whole, just like you did in hunter safety years ago. If they fail those sections, we used to tell them, okay, you failed map and compass because you couldn't orient your map and your compass. And this is how you orient your map and a compass. The problem with that was, now we're just training to the test. Everybody that came in, we had people coming in answering questions before we could completely ask them. That's how educated they had become to this. One thing that hasn't been mentioned at all today is New Hampshire has a very good guide school that trains these individuals to get through this exam. That's what they do. It's not cheap. It's an expensive school. I've never been there, but I know the instructor. I've talked to him on numerous occasions, the man who manages it. And we provide that information to these people when they fail. So we'll say to someone, when you fail the navigation, when you come back in, you need to strengthen your skills in navigation. I'm not going to tell them you need to understand how to go from point A to point B. That's on them to understand that. I expect adults to take that responsibility on their own. I was not told in the oral board, when I went to my first oral board for this job and I knew nothing about the seacoast, I was not told I failed because I couldn't identify a clam. I was told you failed because you don't know anything about the coast, dummy. Go back and learn the coast and you can come. And I got through the exam. I think it's a mistake to tell them exactly why they failed. I don't think it's a mistake to say you failed navigation. Here are some resources we'll give you to bone up on your navigation. We give them a gentleman who teaches map and compass, teaches it to my staff. We give them the guide school resource list. To say that we don't provide them with that information is incorrect. We do. Whether they take advantage of it or not is another thing. That's up to them. We do allow them to retest. Unlike the state of Maine, we don't charge them for that. We don't charge for any of the testing. Our charge is the $100 fee for the license. That money is returned to them if they fail the exam. That we don't take that money until they buy the license. So they can take that exam 14 times. They're not going to pay any additional money. What did happen in the beginning, because this test was a huge step in the very beginning, as you can imagine, we had a high failure rate. A number of people failed. And so we began to offer them the next round of oral boards to retake that exam. And what was happening is we had so many failures in the beginning, we were not getting any new people. I was pushing new people off 6 to 8 months because we were still trying to get the people through who couldn't pass it the first 3 times. And so quickly we figured out we got to do something different. Let's allow them to take it twice. And then then this way we'd be able to keep our line moving forward. The new people who could pass could come in and get their opportunity, and the people who failed could come back. They are allowed to come back within a month and take that test again. If they fail a second time, then we make them wait a year, and that's publicly shared. We tell them that at every step of the way so that they understand if they fail that test again, that they have to wait a year before they can retest. And that's the reason for that, is we want to move it forward. I truly would like to have enough officers so I could dedicate 5 of them to this process alone. Unfortunately, with all the things that we got going on a day-to-day basis, I just don't have the staff for that. We have 2 people they keep talking about the commission. The commission has nothing to do with this. Our Fish and Game Commission does policy. They manage the agency from the 60,000-foot view, if you will. They manage the direction of the agency, the legislative process. They do not assign staff to anything. The director does that, or his designee does that. So the guides committee, or the committee that makes this decision, the oral board, is the oral board itself. It's not a single person. It's the oral board who tests. The director, I don't think the director's ever been to a test. We advise him on where we're going and how many have passed and what stage we're in. So it's a number of, but it takes, guys have got to get together. They've got to line up their schedules so they commit a full day with no calls for service. They can't respond to any call because they're committed to this exam. And so then that exam is provided. Again, they have a number of tests. They keep rotating these. And to answer your question, which was a great question, who comes up with the questions for this? In the oral board, it's a combination of the officers and the Guides Association that will create scenarios and questions that are provided. And the other argument that I couldn't disagree with more is the fact that the feeling or the belief that the Guides Association is a conflict. David Poole pointed out that the electricians board has electricians on it. The New Hampshire Bar has attorneys on it. The medical board is medical doctors. Nursing board is nurses. I could go on all day. It just makes sense to have people that do this for a living decide whether others are fit to do it or not. If you file a complaint on a defense attorney, which I've done, it goes to a board of attorneys to review and decide if the attorney made a mistake or not. It's just the way things are done, and it makes good sense to do that. We do not have enough guides. There's no shortage of, there's no reason for any member of the Guide Association to not want more people doing this, because there just isn't enough guides to go around the state. We're getting more and more calls every day for that. So the thought of eliminating them and having my officer sitting there silently while a guide says, well, I don't want another guide, so I'm going to cut this guy out, is ludicrous. That just doesn't happen, and it never would happen under that scenario. So it's not a decision that falls solely to the guides. I've managed not to follow a single word of my outline, so I would like to make sure, which is typical.
You can submit that if you'd like to submit that to the
Okay.
clerk. and
I just want to
we'll
make
take a
sure
look
I
at
hit
that.
on all the points.
No, that's great. We appreciate in the interest of time that you don't read through everything.
No, I wouldn't do that. So I guess at this point, I would ask you not to change it. I personally think it is going in the right direction. I feel bad for people that can't pass it, but we can't tell them what they need to do to pass. I can't teach the test. I'd rather have them skilled in what they're going to do. That's more important, to have them go back and study an area that they're weak in to improve in that and pass the test. So I by no means are insulting anyone, and we're not in the business of not making them guides. I just want to make sure that when we turn them out, they are qualified. And the last thing I want to leave you with, I've done this for 33 years, a long time. I know it's stupid, but I have. We have never, ever, in the history of my involvement at New Hampshire Fish and Game, ever conducted a search and rescue mission involving a guided hunt or a guided fishing trip. That says something. I have been involved in 2 fatalities in the state of Vermont that doesn't regulate guides that involve guided fishing trips, 2 individuals who drowned. So if you think for a minute it's not important, it is important. It happens in other states that don't regulate it. They have a hard time with it. In Maine and New Hampshire, we don't, because I think it's because we regulate it. We make sure these people are competent before we turn them loose to bring people out, and we want to make sure that they bring them back. I think that's an important point.
Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate your testimony. Before I open it up for questions for everyone, I've got an ask of you, and I appreciate the balance between not having enough guides in the state and wanting to keep people interested in applying.
Yes.
But I would ask that your department get us information on what it costs you to run the guide testing every year, since
Sure.
you're not charging anything for it. I think that might be a situation where we've got a drain on the budget that should not be there.
Yeah, I can do that.
And I will now allow the vice chair to ask his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Colonel, for
Yes,
taking my
sir.
question. Looking at the oral, I'm sure it's probably something similar to the fire service that I'm familiar with, where you're given a scenario, a real life scenario of
Yes.
something happening.
Yes.
And in that scenario, you have a checklist of those critical criteria,
Yes.
maybe 5 things. You missed one of those 5 things. It isn't just 10 points off. You fail that completely, because that's a critical criteria.
Absolutely. That's
And then you
exactly
go-
how it's
Go
done.
down the list, and there's some where you minus 5 points because you've got something.
Correct.
Is that how I understand this?
That is how it's done, and I think that's where the confusion comes in, that one question can fail you. For instance, your client goes into diabetic shock. What would you do with that client? And if you do the wrong thing, you could kill that client, and that's a critical question. So yes, that's exactly how it's done, is there's a series of steps that we're looking for. And I will say this, it is very open-ended in that it isn't there's not, as you know, there's not, in any emergency situation, there are things we would all like to see done. That doesn't mean there isn't an idea out there we hadn't thought of that would work. And every now and then they get thrown that curve, and we accept that. It doesn't have to be in writing like we've got it. As long as the results are achieved and the client is safe and you've done everything in your power to ensure that, that is how we do it. That's exactly how we do it.
Representative Mooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question and
Yes,
all the
ma'am.
information. Do you publish previously asked or retired questions and scenarios for the applicants? Thank you.
We've never published the test. A test would be exempt, I believe, from right to know. I'd have to look at that, but I think test and results of test are exempt from that in an effort to protect the what's the word I'm looking for? To protect the integrity of the test. So no, we don't publicly publish that. No, we do put out a lot of information on the website regarding what areas you should be knowledgeable in and where to find resources to study for that.
Follow up.
Just very quickly, I understand not publishing the test, but previously retired questions that won't be
we've
asked
never done
again,
that.
or sample scenarios that
Yep.
you wouldn't ask on the actual exam.
No, we haven't done that. That's not a bad idea to do it on retired ones that we've done if we have those banks.
Most
Yes.
professions that you mentioned
Right,
in your
do
list
that.
do that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. That's a good question.
And Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel, for
Yes,
taking
sir.
my question. Always enjoy your honesty. One of the former folks who gave their testimony said they were an educator, and I realized I too am an educator and recognize that a lot of my students learn in different ways. And I'm wondering if there are other ways in which someone who may need a different examination receive that and also get scored in an equal manner as if they were not getting accommodations, if that makes sense. And
It does.
does Fish and Game allow for accommodations for written and oral examination when it comes to the guides?
So that's a good question too, and we've talked about that. That's part of the reason that I get involved in the written exam and take each individual out and go over it question by question, because that's a test that's not going to be like that again. So you can do that. So when we have the opportunity to do that, we do it. I don't know how you do it. I'm not sure how you could do it in an oral board and keep it fair for everyone. We struggle with that. But yes, we have entertained that. We have. I don't want to say we've numbed tests. That's what I was going to say, so I guess I'm going to say it. We have numbed a test down. We have created tests in the past that we felt were too difficult, too high an expectation, and we've reduced that down to address that. But it's limited in what we can do.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then the second question, how many of your officers have been or currently are guides?
That's a good question. I have had I've had 2 or 3 that were guides, I believe. Most of us are not. And there's a reason for that. But I've had 2 or 3 that were. I don't honestly think I would have the patience for it. And to be perfectly honest with you, I think some of the things that I've heard about, I've seen pictures where guides have bent over and let a client lay across their back to shoot. I don't think I could do that. So none of that we've had, but we have had, I think we've had 3 that I can think of, and 2 of those are now retired. So we have 1 right now that is a guide.
And Representative Morton.
Oh, but by the way, one other thing I think is important. I have made all of my officers, every one of them, take the exam, the written exam, and they have participated in the oral, because if they can't pass it, you can't expect anyone else to. So
thank you for that. Representative Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Gordon Jordan,
Yes, ma'am.
for taking my question. My first thing is, on average, about how many applicants do you get per cycle? I'm kind of got the impression that there's basically 2 cycles a year.
there
that
is
right?
2
Okay.
now. We've reduced it to 2 because of the time involved. We're doing backgrounds on all of them. We probably do, I'm going to say 30 to 50 each time, probably.
Follow up.
And can you give me a percentage of
Of how many passed? I
Yeah.
knew you were going to ask that. So it was pretty low in the beginning, quite honestly. Once the guide school got going and people started understanding this is the tough test, we've improved that. This last round that we just finished, I think I looked at it, was a 70% pass rate. We're passing. I'm comfortable when I tell you we're passing more than we fail. Does everybody pass it? No, they don't. No, they don't.
Follow up.
Last thing, one of the speakers spoke about grandfathered
Yes.
guides. Can you just
Good
give us a
point. Yep, there were some, Graham. He's absolutely correct. I didn't know how to deal with that. I didn't think it was fair to take, like we do anything that we do, you've missed those people, unfortunately, because you weren't strict enough back then. I couldn't agree with him more. Some of those folks shouldn't be out there. That's the goal of this whole process, is to make sure that we don't do that again. We are slowly weeding out those grandfathered guides. There aren't many of them left. Most of the people that are, well, a lot of the people that are on right now have gone through the oral board. I went to a recent guide association meeting, legislative meeting. They invited me to attend, and most of the people at that table had gone through the process. And I will tell you this, that is something that guides, and I didn't ask any of those people to come in here, but they feel it's a badge of honor to have gone through it. They feel this has brought their field of profession to a more higher professional level, and they're very pleased with that. Those from who have passed, certainly.
Representative Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Sergeant, my question is, so you're, Colonel, sorry.
Sergeant is fine. Long as you send the check, you can call me anything you'd like.
Thank you. So you oversee the New Hampshire Guides Association and the accountability of what you have. I noticed you have some metrics of what the pass rate is.
Yes.
And so concerning that there's so many people here with testimony that they experienced people pointing at them, do you have meetings with the New Hampshire Guides Association on a regular basis to go over these things? Thank
We
you.
go over it. I've gone over it with the guides who have participated in the oral board. I've not gone over it with the association. We've gone, because some of those people are the test takers, but we've gone over it with the people who, the oral board is a constant, I think your question, the oral board is constantly evaluating what they're doing and how they're doing it and how to improve it. The tests are always changing. So yes, the answer to that would be yes. We don't do it with the entire association. I'll tell you, I've learned that you have to be really, this test is valuable to get out. I've learned that the hard way. So we're very careful. That's why Mr. Poole was answering or testifying very carefully, because we've had issues with these questions and the manner that we give it getting out, and we feel that defeats the whole purpose. So we guard it.
Representative Harvey.
Just curious, are there any requirements for re-upping? Like, teachers need to be recertified every 3 years. Is there anything like that?
No. So as long as your record is, that's a good question. Nobody testified to that. As long as you get through it once and your record remains clean from violations, you just renew for the feet of the license and produce your certifications for first aid and CPR to make sure it's current, and you're back in. You don't have to retake it.
And Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
For all the great work you do for all
Thank
of us.
you.
And you and, your department. Every testimony and every bill has a merit, and a lot of things came out. And I think that there is some room for improvement for this testing and results and citizen-friendly guides, that the process, citizen-friendly process. So is it possible, my question to you, is it possible that within the commission, the rule can be changed and it could be more citizen-friendly in future? We don't need another RSA?
I would agree. We don't need another RSA. And I certainly would be willing to, we've had some of those, Dave and I have had some of those discussions already about how we might be able to improve it. I think there is a limit to how much you can change. Some of it falls to people becoming educated when they come in, if they want to pass this thing. But I would be willing to go back to see if there's any way, maybe on, coming up with a way to provide the results in a more understanding way if people are struggling with that without providing questions. I think we could, David, I'm sorry, but I think we could improve that. Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, as a final leaving, I'm going to, speaking for the committee, I'm
Yes.
going to request that you provide us information on how much it costs your department to run these
Yes, I
tests
will
each
do
year.
that. Yes.
And I'm going to suggest that the department and the guides testing reach out to Frank Edelblue to find out about potential accommodations for people who learn differently.
Okay.
And
yes.
have him maybe review and come up
Yep.
with potentially solutions that don't dumb down the answers, but
Right.
provide a different methodology to the testing process.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
can do that. Thank you.
And with that, if there's anybody else who needs to add to this that hasn't put in a pink sheet, let me know. And otherwise, we're going to close the hearing on 12/28.
information that I was gonna ask.
All right, we are far behind, and the sponsor of 1417 has had an emergency. So what we're going to do is ask that I recognize Representative Pear, and she's going to introduce it, and we're going to suspend, and we're going to go on to the next bill after that. Let's give me a minute here to get everything taken care of. All right, I'm going to open 1417 and recognize Representative Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, 1417 is relative to wild trout management. And I hope everyone on the committee has a copy of this. Representative Reed has been called away, so I'm introducing 1417 at this time.
Thank you. And the chair will now recess 1417 to a date, time, and certain of 9:30 on February 6th. 1417 is closed for now. And give us a few minutes because the prime sponsor for the next bill is coming up from Finance. That's fine. I think she was the only one missing anyway, so had to be the correct one. Unless it was Rosner. But it doesn't matter. The position they sit in does not matter to me in the least. I have more important things to worry about. Okay, being behind schedule, we're going to open up a 15:30 and call Representative Hull, the prime sponsor of the bill.
Good afternoon, members of Fish and Game. Representative Hull, representing the towns of Dunbarton, Hooksett, Allenstown, and Epsom. Here to introduce House Bill 1530, relative to body cameras for conservation officers. Several years ago, we put into statute the ability for various law enforcement officers to wear body cameras. This is done to protect both the civilians as well as the officers themselves. And it's done that way so that there's real evidence that can be talked about later in terms of what happened at an incident. Unfortunately, conservation officers, in my eyes, and the way the statute is written in 105, are not necessarily just a straight law enforcement officer. And because when you give an itemized list, if conservation officers doesn't make the magic list, it may not be clear whether they have access to or should be required to wear these cameras. So I'm here and testifying in favor of passing HB 1530 to allow officers to wear these cameras. And then once it passes here, it has a fiscal note to it. It's headed over to finance. We will figure out where in the budget we need to get the finance to make this happen. Part of this also goes in reference to how the recordings are maintained and who has access to them. People have expressed potential concerns about the privacy of these recordings, but in any case where there's legal action against a citizen, obviously the defense counsel and the citizen themselves, per Part 1st, Article 15, should have access to that information so that they can, in fact, put together their defense. Other than that, at some level, it's a housekeeping measure just to make sure we're including conservation officers in our current statutes relative to body camera for police officers. With that, I'll close my testimony unless there's direct questions.
Thank you. I have one myself. Before I open it up to the others, I would ask you, there's a section that asks about, or says that they should turn on their cameras when teaching or participate in any capacity in a hunter education class. If I'm reading that correctly, is there a reason we would be recording hunter education classes?
So in all cases, right, if a law enforcement officer is being paid and they are in front of the public, we would want them, right, to be accountable. If there's an accident, I'm not saying there's an accident that, right, two students get into an altercation, right, and the conservation officer will in fact be the first responder to that altercation, right? This gives plenty of evidence, so whether the state chooses to prosecute or not, whether one of those wants to do a civil action against the other, there is at least something to quantify in audiovisual, right, what happened. So they're doing a job for the state at that point. So it should be inclusive of all of their job. That is currently not listed in 105. So that would add to the list.
Thank you. And I can confirm to the committee this is an early bill. It is going to finance to try to figure out where the money comes from for these. It is an early bill. So it has a second committee to go through. And with that, I will take questions. Does anybody have any? We'll start with Representative Harvey, because your hand was up really immediately.
I'm sorry, it isn't an order of importance, but thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I sit on a budget committee in my hometown, and we talk about body cameras a lot for police officers. And one of the issues that is always brought up is the storage and the having the enough space for the storage. How is that addressed?
So that would be part of the financial and the contract, right? In all likelihood, the department would hire or contract with an outside agency who is responsible for camera maintenance, camera upkeep, as well as things like data storage. Given the world that we live in, data storage is growing enormously fast around the world as more and more video is created, captured, and stored.
So,
Follow up.
Thank you. So that would all be part of what is discussed then in finance,
Yes.
correct?
So if I can, this is a policy. Is this the right policy for Fish and Game? If this is the right policy for Fish and Game, this then moves over to finance, and we have to figure out where in, I believe it'd be Division 1, the money's going to come from to do this.
And we already have contracts with some camera providers for storage and cameras with
Right.
the state, correct?
Correct. And there is already a fund for some of this. The question is, do they have legal access today to that fund? And it's not real clear. This bill addresses that.
And that's the finance question. Any other questions? Representative Perry, you still have a question. Go for it.
You mentioned that the officers' cameras should be on when they're teaching hunter safety courses. Police tend to hold public events and go to schools and participate in other things that are not what we might consider directly part of their active duty.
Right.
Do they have to record those? I'm
That's-
hesitant that
This
we
bill
need to-
doesn't speak to that.
No, but you referenced the fact that this is similar to what police officers do in.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if these sort of ancillary things are recorded in other services.
I don't believe they are. That's why if you look at what is currently in end of Section 3, starting right at 3A, right? There's a list of things where there's recording images in the current 105. This is page 2, starting at line 17 and down, okay? And the things that are 1, 2, 3, 4 are all current law. 5, sorry, it would be 4, B and C and D would be new. And hunter education is not the same as a law, as like a classroom. So hunter education is someone choosing to participate with the department for the purpose of learning. And that is different than, let's say, a law enforcement officer going into a school to teach a DARE course.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to follow up with that last remark you made, because I know in Manchester we have the DARE program where police officers train kids, whether it's boxing or stuff like that. And I do not believe they wear cameras for those events. Why would that differentiate between that and Hunter's Ed?
So it was drafted in such a way that it includes all of the duties where the law enforcement officer, or in this case, conservation officer, is performing their job. That is currently not the standards for police relative to things like teaching DARE courses, right? They might come in and teach some sort of generalized safety course relative to walking to your car late at night to 11th and 12th graders. I don't believe those are currently covered under law.
Follow up.
Would you be amenable to changing it so that it's the same situations as police officers currently, where it's interaction with someone that is recorded, not on all of their duties?
Depends how you define interaction with someone, right? This is set up to just broadly capture their role as a conservation officer. So if you do an interaction with someone, what happens if they are in the field, they see an animal's got an arrow sticking out of its chest, right? Does that get recorded? They're not interacting with somebody, but that's actual tangible evidence that's going to be needed later on. So conservation officers do in fact do law enforcement under 207. I don't remember the exact section. One of the attorneys behind me can probably point out. where under the Conservation Commission, there is a rule they are also allowed to do any law enforcement duties in the DMV statutes. But they also are in the field and they're doing things like interacting with what's with this dead animal, right? How did it get to be there? And there's different duties where it's not just interacting with people. So I would think it has to be defined a little bit more broadly.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Darby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
Representative. Section 3, which is the section where the additional criteria is being added. The clause line on line 21 of page 2 is talking about retaining recordings for a minimum of 3 years when, and you know, it says the two cases we've talked about here, teaching and interacting with sportsmen. So this is actually saying that every interaction with sportsmen has to be retained for 3 years, whereas in the standard case, as described in at line 18, they can be re-recorded after between 30 days and 180 days. So why would these have to stick around for 3 years?
So I believe that's current law. If someone can pull up that section of statute, right? I don't believe that is a change. The way this is, the way OLS drafts things, right? If that was in bold, that would be a change to current law. I believe that is our current law.
D, interactions with sportsmen, including but not limited to hunters, trappers, and fishermen, is bold. And
yes, I understand.
And so is the
But
teaching
17
and
to
capacity.
22 would be current statute, correct? If drafted by OLS the way I'd expect. It doesn't say repeal and replace. It's a modify. If someone has a book, otherwise I'll quickly pull it up.
Mr. Chairman, I can confirm that.
Rep. Kofold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can confirm that lines 18 through 22 are in current statute in section 105 D2.
Thank you.
But I think the question was, why does the criteria include now a new criteria of interactions with sportsmen as being a reason you would keep it for 3 years instead of, and that's new. The criteria C and D are both new criteria for holding it 3 years.
Correct. C and D are added to the statute, right? And they would fall
To hold
under,
for 3 years, not just 30 days or
right.
until something
and,
happens.
And we could set that up that if that was either the 30 or the 180 day level, right? The 3 years was captured, was a broad term, but that was existing statute. I wasn't making changes to that. I was just adding certain cases where we should be capturing data or capturing interactions.
So did you want to follow up?
I understand the intent. The intent is to make sure that these interactions with sportsmen and in training facilities are recorded. But it appears to me that where it was put in, where OLS captured this, is stating that you're going to require this to be stored for 3 years in all cases.
Okay.
I agree. That's the way I read it too, Representative Darby, and it probably should have been in the 180 days area, or what have you, the standard, unless something happened in the class or in the interaction that made it evidentiary. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on D, on interactions with sportsmen, do you think that might include, and speaking from personal experience, where a Fish and Game conservation officer may go on a field trip as a scientific expert?
Can you better describe what this situation would be? I'm not aware that Fish and Game officers go on field trips as scientific experts.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And having worked at DES for years, we used to do field trips. We used to take the Waste Management Council out to the coast and explain programs, and often Fish and Game would come along as an expert on coastal issues or whatever, and similar to what we did this summer with the boat.
So I would
you
put that
have
on-
people there as, let's call them, what's the word? Scientific experts. That's not the right word, but.
Okay.
And would it could be considered to be an interaction under D.
I would put that under an interaction.
Okay.
Right? Because potentially any of those members in that group could be sportsmen, right? If
Yeah,
they're doing something
yes.
at the marine.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got to go back to this. I'm not sure was there's two standards, one for conservation officers and one for regular law enforcement on line 26 on page 1, that if the firearm is used for the dispatch of an animal for law enforcement, it doesn't need to be preserved, but if it does by a conservation officer, it is preserved. I want to know why there's that double standard that versus you have a police officer and a conservation officer on the same scene with an animal that's hit by a car. If one of them dispatches the animal, the recording doesn't need to be saved, but if the other one does, it has to be recorded and captured.
So it's an assumption on my part. It probably would be borne out if we asked for data that conservation officers, especially in the field, interact with more animal carcasses than they do, right? Let's say they find an animal that's been hit by an arrow and it's flopping around and they're going to put it down, right? Police officers, especially state troopers, are going to see the animals hit by cars, right? And they may be charged with putting them down. But in this case, Fish and Game officers are going to be pursuing something that might be a crime more than a car impact to an animal. Their job descriptions are different.
Follow up.
So I guess my question goes to, should all of these incidents be recorded or just those in where a crime may be involved? Or
And
I just don't see the double standard where two people at the scene, depending on who dispatches the animal, whether it's saved or isn't saved.
it's a good point. And the question is in putting down that animal, something that's tangible evidence necessary for, hypothetically, right? If we're going to use a hypothetical situation, right? We have a motor vehicle operator under the influence, hits a deer, right? Causes some other accident along the way. So maybe that needs to be preserved, the dispatching of that animal, and that we need to update the statutes there because that might be valuable information in the prosecution or potential prosecution for a driving under the influence.
Representative Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So the longer we talk about this, the more and more confused I'm getting because there's so many interactions, so-called, with sportsmen that I don't think has to be recorded. For instance, they've often taken our committee on field trips. That doesn't need to be recorded. In fact, I wouldn't want me being recorded there. So I'm just wondering if you would be amenable to, maybe an interim study or something, because I'm just sitting here listening to this and I'm getting more and more confused.
So broadly speaking, if the bill was filed for the interim study, right, we could have done this study without a bill, right? We as legislators, we could look at the topic ourselves. Bill was filed to make changes to the statutes for the purpose of making sure that interactions within this department were captured and that this department would have access to the funds that are available for other departments that they don't have today.
Other questions? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for taking my question. I am concerned, actually, as I read the rest of the statute on 105D2, which is the use of body-worn cameras, which is what Section 3 amends. For example, subsection 7E says that interactions where the person seeking to report a crime anonymously should not be recorded. It also says that police officers law enforcement officers on the grounds of a public, private, or parochial school should not be recorded. These seem to contradict directly with C and D that as introduced.
Okay. Let me, you said section 7. I'm pulling it up so I can take a look at it.
105 D2, 7E, and F as examples.
I did not ask OLS to make changes to the rest of the statute, right? It was, the language change was relative to the hunter education classes, and then kind of while they're interacting with hunters, trappers, and fishermen, right, in the field. And maybe we need to make it clear that it's in the field. Right? I wasn't part of the group that wrote 105D. This is OLS we requested of OLS put into statute, right, recording under the following circumstances.
Question of the chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting really confused in this subject matter. It's almost criminal justice, public safety type of material, not fishing game committee material that we're dealing with. And unfortunately, if this goes to a second committee, it's going to finance and not criminal justice for a proper vetting, because there's a lot in this statute, I think, that we're covering that really needs to be looked at in order to go forward with something of this nature. And I'm just looking for guidance.
Ordinarily, I would have argued that criminal justice probably was the right committee. I think given workloads of various committees, and it being relative to fish and game conservation officers, it probably got pushed over here. But again, I don't think anybody in this room here had any part of that decision.
Slightly not, and I don't doubt that we should probably have potentially criminal justice take a look at things as well. However, it's obvious that there's several areas that need amending already as it stands, because they seem to be in the keep it for 3 years rather than the standard area, etc. So I'll have to consult with the chair of criminal justice and the speaker and see what avenues are open for that type of thing. For today, I think that it helps us flesh out other issues that can be brought forward by an amendment for the sponsor before it hits another committee, if we continue listening to some other testimony that we're going to hear from some other people here. So I won't cut the hearing short at this point, but we'll keep that in mind. Representative Harvey.
So this is a question of the chair as well, because I don't know the time. Because this is an early bill, do we have time to do all of what you're suggesting? I mean,
That's why I'll be
agree.
talking to the speaker.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Pear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this may be more a question for you, but whatever. We need to also be aware of adding extra cost in editing these things. You know, this 20 minutes gets saved here and that hour and a half gets saved there. We don't want to get too bogged down in the details of. Okay, I'm guessing. We don't want to get too bogged down in the details of what these recordings are and so forth.
Again, all of that can be done via thank you for the question. All that can be done via the contract with the outside agency who would oversee the cameras and the storage. If you start getting into parsing, this has to be kept for 30 days, and this has to be kept for 180 days, and this has to be kept for 3 years.
I get you. The default should be we keep it for the 30 or 180 or whatever the default is, and then only if there's if there's an extenuating circumstance that affects something because it needs to be kept evidentiarily, you can tell it's late in the day.
That triggers the law.
Then we would trigger the longer period of retention.
Okay.
So if there are any other questions, we'll move on with more. And if not, then thank you for your testimony today. I would welcome you to take the ideas back for an amendment and we'll make sure we get you some notes from the secretary, the clerk here as well, so that you can know what was important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I am now going to recognize Stephen Endres and Paul Halverson, Merrimack County Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Endres. I'm an assistant county attorney at the Merrimack County Attorney's Office. With me is Attorney Halverson. He's the Merrimack County attorney. Both of us have been prosecutors for over 20 years at this point. When you look at 105D2, the body worn camera statute, it's actually a very comprehensive statute that a number of stakeholders came together when they passed. It was involved, there were defense attorneys, there were representatives from the Department of Safety, police officers, police chiefs, and they came up with a fairly comprehensive bill that really can be broken down into two parts. The first part of 105D2 addresses the creation of body-worn cameras in the field. The second part of 105D2 really addresses the handling of body-worn cameras after those recordings have been made. That second part, the handling section, I think can be further broken down into essentially four sections. The first being copying or distributing the body-worn cameras, the second being accessing those body-worn camera recordings, the third subsection being storage of the body-worn camera recordings, and the fourth being the actual retention of the body-worn camera recordings. As the sponsor indicated, it's really a policy whether or not you want Fish and Game officers to be wearing body-worn cameras. I think under the current statute, there's nothing that would prevent Fish and Game from equipping its conservation officers with body-worn cameras. This bill would make it mandatory that Fish and Game officers have body-worn cameras. And it's worth noting that that would make Fish and Game the only agency in the state of New Hampshire that's mandated to use body-worn cameras. Right now, the state police are using body-worn cameras, but there's no mandate that they use them. A number of local police departments use them, but there's no mandates that any of those agencies use body-worn cameras. Because really it's a policy of whether or not Fish and Game should be using body-worn cameras, I would suggest that instead of looking at 105D2, that comprehensive statute, instead of amending that, it might make more sense to put something in 20625, where it actually talks about the power of conservation officers or Fish and Game officers. And I think, frankly, to the extent you wanted a policy that Fish and Game use body-worn cameras, you could put a one-sentence statute in there that says Fish and Game is authorized to equip its conservation officers with body-worn cameras in compliance with 105D2. What concerns me about this bill is the reference to discovery in sentences 14 through 16. Again, when we talk about body-worn camera videos, it's, without getting into a lot of detail, it's worth realizing that there's more on those videos than just police officers and defendants. There's witnesses, there's victims. If the police come to my house and say, hey, can we talk to you about, your neighbor doing something, I may ask them into my house, and now there's a recording of the inside of my house and me speaking to the police. One of the things that the police often do whenever they talk to anyone is to get that person's full name, they get their date of birth, they get their address. All that's captured on the body-worn camera. When you think about victims of domestic violence, when the police arrive, you may see people with bruises, bleeding. And essentially, we all recognize that the police generally aren't interacting with people on the best day of their life, that this is often the worst time that this person's having. You also have to bear in mind, police are interacting with people that are in mental health crisis, that are on drugs or alcohol, having those types of crises. And
If I could stop you just for a second.
Yes.
We're drifting a lot into what police are doing and not so much into what the Fish and Game officers
Yes.
are doing on it.
And
Fish and Game is limited in its interactions on police details to just the DMV area under
Yes.
207.
How?
So the rest of that is what they might encounter in the field.
Correct.
They're not doing mental health checks. If we could just rein this in a little, especially
Yes.
since we're
And-
running behind.
And the reason I bring all that up is because this bill amends discovery not just for Fish and Game, but for all law enforcement in the state of New Hampshire that are using body-worn cameras. So this would allow all law enforcement in the state of New Hampshire using body-worn cameras to duplicate that recording and provide it to the defendant with no privacy protections whatsoever. It goes well beyond Fish and Game. And that's my concern, is that you're amending 105D2, a bill that covers all law enforcement, in this one bill. There are currently bills before the Senate and the House. There's a Senate Bill 362 and a House Bill 1021 that specifically deal with discovery of body-worn cameras that are going through the Senate Judiciary and the House Criminal Justice Committee. With reference to the teaching and interacting sections of this, this proposal, those sections are amendments to the retention statute. So again, when I talked about 105D2 and I said the first part talks about the creation of body-worn cameras, to the extent you want hunter education classes or interactions with sportsmen recorded, that shouldn't be in the retention section, that should be in the creation section. Because right now under 105D2, police are prohibited from indiscriminately recording entire duties or patrols. The police are only able to record on arrival, on scene for a call for service, or when engaged in law enforcement related encounters or activities. And that law enforcement related encounter or activity is further defined in 105D1 and specifically excludes community caretaking functions. So law enforcement, when participating in town halls or community outreach, helping a child find his parents, providing death notifications, dealing with individuals, asking for directions or other assistance, performing in-home or hospital well-being checks on the sick, elderly, or persons presumed missing, are not allowed to record those interactions under current state law. So to answer Representative, I think it was Parr's question, under current law, the police wouldn't be able to record DARE classes or anything like that, and that would actually be prohibited. So you have this weird thing in this bill where if you did pass this bill, Fish and Game, in my opinion, would be prohibited from videotaping with body-worn cameras these hunter safety classes. But to the extent they did, they'd have to retain that video for 3 years. And I certainly think there's, you know, we talked a little bit about privacy, but there's a lot of policy reasons why you may not want a class recorded in terms of, I know I like to ask dumb questions when I was in school, and I would have probably not done that had there been someone there with a video camera saying, we're going to memorialize your stupidity for a number of years. So I think under the current statute, you'd actually be prohibited from indiscriminately recording. And again, those are my concerns with the current bill. I don't know if you had anything to add.
Good afternoon, thank you. The only comments that I would add are, you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, that conservation officers. I don't think any court in New Hampshire would say that a conservation officer is not a law enforcement officer. And I think that should they elect by internal policy or by subsequent statutory mandates to have body-worn cameras, rest assured that they are going to have DWIs, domestic violence cases, use of force issues, because they do back up local law enforcement. I think Colonel Jordan can elaborate more on that than I do, because he obviously knows more about his daily operations than I. My big concern, like Attorney Endress mentioned, was the current recommendations, page 1, line 14, 15, 16, has no limitations on privacy, absolutely none. And in recent testimony, a representative asked me in one of the other hearings that without those privacy, I'm paraphrasing our conversation, without those privacy protections, would I let a police officer into my house? And I told him, absolutely not. Because if you're a benign involvee, someone wrecked a car at the bottom of your driveway, hit your mailbox. And now the police officer comes up to you, what's your name, date of birth, phone number, all those personal type of information. And it's raining outside. You're going to invite him inside to your house. If for some reason he continues to record, which is the default setting, the entire part of your house without privacy protections, someone's going to monetize that. Someone's going to put it on Facebook. In DV cases, without any protections and qualifications for release of that information to defendants, you risk having no protection for a victim of domestic violence. Their perpetrator editing that body-worn camera material, posting it on YouTube to the detriment of the domestic violence victim. Those are our concerns. Those are addressed in some of the other legislation that's currently pending. For those reasons and the ones mentioned by Attorney Endres, I would recommend that this bill be inexpedient to legislate. And I think we'll both answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Harvey?
So that's kind of what I was alluding to, and on a much smaller basis, and I'm going to ask you, my question is, please correct me if I'm wrong. One of the things that the commissioners do is take us all on field trips. I'm very careful not to put on Facebook or anywhere when I'm not home. I don't want them to know anyone to know when I'm not home. And so if he were wearing a body camera and there's Kathy Harvey at the Powdermill Fish Hatchery, that could be recorded that I'm not home for that day or whatever. And so that's what I was alluding to, and I didn't do it well enough. But am I correct in?
It would certainly memorialize you were there. I don't know that it would sort of live stream that you weren't home at that very moment. But if someone sought a copy of that video in the future, they could see where you were at the time.
Thank you. And Representative Ford?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said something, and I got caught up on it, which probably I shouldn't have done. But you said legally, to the effect of most people would consider our fish and game conservation officers the same as law enforcement, also state trooper, local police, and I would imagine that the representative who's sponsoring this bill thought about that actual phrasing. And being a part of this committee, I do know that conservation officers do support our state troopers and other efforts, and we definitely need to grow their budget to make sure they are doing that safely and with the numbers they need. But I'm just wondering, legally, do we consider our conservation officers the same as law enforcement officers? Because I would imagine that the sponsor of this bill, prime sponsor of this bill, is doing it because the conservation officers aren't listed to the general public and otherwise as law enforcement officers, and so body cameras wouldn't necessarily be applied to them in the same manner.
And I agree that I think that is part of the motivation for the bill. Looking at 105D1, Section 5, it defines, there's sections 4 and 5 define law enforcement officer and law enforcement agency. I didn't write these definitions, and I could be happier with them if I wrote them myself, but a law enforcement officer means any person employed by a law enforcement agency. I think that's a horrible definition, but that's what's written. Law enforcement agency means a state, county, municipality, special district, security service, or police of the college, community college system of New Hampshire and the university system of New Hampshire, security service of the legislative or judicial branch, unit of local government, police department, or any other entity authorized by law to employ law enforcement officers or exercise police authority. Law enforcement officers is also defined in RSA 106L2, which is the Police Standards and Training Council. Under 106L2, a law enforcement officer is anyone employed by the state essentially that has powers of arrest and fits into other categories. So I think without a doubt, at least in my mind, conservation officers meet the definition of law enforcement. I think for the purposes of both 105D as well as 106L2, They are certified through Police Standards and Training Council, so I think they do meet that definition already.
Representative Pear, keep in mind, we're running real late on time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You made one statement that you said, if this were written, do you think that that statement would cover the intent of this legislation without disrupting the existing legislation to the extent that we have been discussing?
Again, I think if you want Fish and Game officers to wear body-worn cameras, if you put a section in 20626 saying that Fish and Game are authorized to wear body-worn cameras or required to wear body-worn cameras or whatever policy you want to do, it would put Fish and Game in the same position following 105D2 as all local law enforcement officers, as well as the state police, which I assume would cover what you essentially want to cover.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Penny Dean representing herself, and you've asked for 8 to 10 minutes.
Or more.
Let's hope we can keep it shorter. We are on a hard stop at 4:30 so that we don't have to call our staff to go do overtime.
Are you guys accepting bills today?
I had planned on printing it for 20 of these, and my copy of it is an idea. They're printed very nicely, and then the other two, I don't know why. I hope they're identical. One is missing the last few pages. They're paginated with Bates numbers. And because there's quite a bit of information. Here's a letter, maybe. Yes, please. And then there's 4 in your laptop process. There's a lot of information in the first book. Again, I apologize. I planned on having 20.
It might be asked because it's like just that day.
My name is.
You can go ahead, Penny.
Oh, sorry. My name is Penny Dean. I've lived in New Hampshire since 1995, and I'm an attorney. I'm admitted in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, DC Circuit, all of the federal courts, the First Circuit Court of Appeals, US Supreme Court, and I'm a litigator. And I defend sportsmen on a regular basis. And unfortunately, I defend them usually in cases where they have been not treated well by Fish and Game. And I tell people that I'm not your typical criminal defense attorney. I have a home office. If you tell most criminal defense attorneys that their clients would know where they live, let alone have a home office, they would have kittens. I let them in my house. They're not criminals. They're people charged with a criminal act, but they're not criminals. There's a difference. This bill is sorely needed, and there's a reason for the 3-year retention. Most violations have a 90-day statute of limitations, but Fish and Game in many areas is treated special for a 3-year statute of limitations for many things. And so that is why the reason for the 3-year retention. It isn't just arbitrary. I have wanted this bill for Fish and Game forever because just like any law enforcement, the truth will stand when hell's on fire. And if you have a recording, you don't have to have a he said. We can look at the recording and see who said what and see what happened. And that's fairness to people. Not everybody can afford an attorney. So you see a lot of people pleading out in Fish and Game cases because a lot of them are violations because they can't afford an attorney. And it breaks my heart. But this case here is more personal than ever to me.
I was, and I say was because I'm challenging my hunter education decertification, if you will, a hunter education instructor for 17 years. And I love teaching hunter education. And contrary to what most people think, and I didn't bring the stats with me, so I would have to look at the stats. I can just tell you my classes. The last class that I recall teaching, there was more adults in it than, quote, children. So when you talk about these cameras recording people, they're, depending on the class, they're recording a lot of adults. But I think the larger issue here, and what brings me to support this more than ever, I always support it for my clients, but the bottom line is that these conservation officers, when they give their 1 hour spiel, I am usually the only hunter education instructor that stays in the room. Usually all the others take a break because they're quite frankly not interested. I'm very interested because I'm interested in the law. But more importantly, I'm interested because the vast majority of the time there's blood dripping out of the front of my lips because I'm biting my tongue because what these students are being told is not correct in law. And they're by people who are going to now, charge these people, these students, and it's going to destroy our hunting heritage. So the numbers I'd like you to look at, and I wasn't able to get them printed today, I have printing trouble, is the amount of hunter education students we pass every year and the amount of additional hunting licenses we get. And I would say there's a big drop off. And so you ask yourself, well, why is that? If they're motivated enough to take a hunter education class, why aren't we getting more hunters? And I think that's a good question. I can tell you anecdotal evidence, but it's because of how people are treated and the things that are said. And the conservation officers, when they are in that 1 hour with students, absolutely needs to be recorded because they are telling students policies of Fish and Game, of the law, of how they're going to be treated, of what the consequences are for certain things. Those students are relying on that. They see a conservation officer, a state officer, a police officer in uniform telling them this is how we interpret this law, this is how we interpret that law. And I'm sure you know, because of your job, that when you read the statute books and the law books, they're sometimes as clear as mud. And you have to look to anecdotes or legislative history and say, how is this going to be interpreted? What's it going to mean? What's it mean? And these students are the same. And what brings me here today was a particular class that I was, as I said, all the other instructors almost always go out. I sat in on a class on Lake Winnipesaukee. And what's important for you to know in how I was treated, because if I've been treated this way, and I'm not a woman that lays down and gets treated bad without saying, I'm going to stand up for myself. How many other hunter education instructors have been treated this way and told to shut up and stand down, and they get the message? And especially women, because we got to know our place. And somehow or other, I always thought my place was in the House and in the Senate, not just the House. And so you have here a class that I was in, and I was an instructor, and I'm sitting in the class, the only instructor in the class, and the conservation officer is answering a question from a young lady, probably 30 years old, in the front of the room, and he is giving an interpretation about the 300-foot rule. That's something I've never heard in my life before. I said, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell this person this, they're going to rely on it, and every person I've ever said's got arrested over it. So I'm thinking, so my question is, when did Fish and Game change their interpretation of how they're enacting and how they're interpreting this particular 300-foot rule of a building? And I guess I asked too many questions. We have never been told, I've never been told, and it's nowhere in the rule book, that if you're a hunter education instructor, you can't ask questions of the conservation officer. So I raised my hand, standard thing to do, asked a question. Nobody else in the class was asking questions other than this one young lady. And I said, when did Fish and Game change how they interpret that? Oh, it's always been that way. So I'm thinking, well, I've been practicing law for 25 years, and it's absolutely always been opposite of that. So I waited about 10 minutes, and I raised my hand again. And I said, I'm a lawyer, and I practice law, and I'm confused here. And because I'm concerned if, again, these students in the class are going to be listening to this, they're going to be hearing this is how it's interpreted, which is his version was house on Lake Winnipesaukee. If you don't think anybody's there, well, it's not a permanently occupied dwelling. You can shoot within 300 feet of it. That's not how I've ever seen it interpreted before. And so I'm concerned about that. Well, I go to the ladies' room, and at Lake Winnipesaukee, that means there's an outhouse out back. And I come out back, and that conservation officer is waiting for me. And I wish he would have had video on there, because it's like a bad movie where I say, I'm still trying to figure out. And he gives me 3 different stories in 5 minutes. First one was that it was at some big meeting of conservation officers. I said, well, when was the meeting? Where was it? How come I kind of have my ear to the ground? Why didn't I hear about it? Then I got a different story, and I said, well, can you just forward me the email you're talking about? That's private Fish and Game information. I said, you're going to make me do a right to know if there's been a policy change? But the gist of it is, this conservation officer took great umbrage to this. And he made a complaint. And what you have there is really important to know, because again, if I am being treated this way, how many others have been? And the other thing is, over the years, how many pedophiles or how many people who are not able to have guns were teaching these children because they weren't doing regular checks. My fighting for my certification back has brought back important things. But on January 5th of 2023, I received a 1.3-page letter from the executive director of Fish and Game. Here's what's important about that. It's about 1.3 pages. It's a very short letter. It's in there for you. In the very first paragraph, it says there was an email from someone at the class. So I said, I want to see the email. That's a reasonable question. Someone sent an email, I'd like to see it. Very short letter, very few things in it. And when I got all the discovery, first of all, for 5 months, they basically fought and wouldn't give me the email. You know why they wouldn't give me the email? It didn't exist. Never was one. But here's what's worse about that. If you read all the emails among themselves, the documents that they were discussing, 4 or 5 people, top-level Fish and Game, did not list an email. They knew from the beginning there wasn't an email. They had to. 4 or 5 people edited this letter over several weeks, going back and forth. They're all copying on it. Any one of them, you would think, in a short 1.3-page letter would say, wait a minute, we're referencing this email. None of us referred to an email. We don't have an email. There must be a mistake. And at some point, when is there incompetence versus malevolence? And I'll let you look at that paperwork and ask for it, because why didn't, when I first asked for it, someone didn't say, oh my God, we made a horrible mistake. There is no email. And you go through it. I've been litigating, and most people consider me a pretty hard litigator, for 25 years. And in 3 months, there's a stack of papers of pleadings that I had to file trying to get documents that I should have been given freely, that's taller than any stack in any case I've ever litigated. For 3 to 5 months, I basically couldn't take cases. It was a full-time job. And so I'm looking at this and I'm saying, so I said, what other hunter education instructors have been dismissed in the past 10 years? I still have little faith that I've been given everything and the truth. I don't know if I have or I haven't, but if you look at the 10 who are the ones who are dismissed, had there been body-worn cameras, in my case, it would have been really solved very simple. We would have known who said what when. But if you look at the 10 that were dismissed, 9 of them were convicted of crimes or hunting violations, some of which prohibited them from having guns, and they still let them teach for a couple years. I was pulled immediately. My certification was pulled upon notice. And I believe, and still believe, that it's because of my political activities in the State House and the fact that I stand up for hunters, and quite frankly, I've won a lot of the cases. But you have to look at this when conservation officers are interacting with the public. It's no different than when police officers are interacting with the public. And when they talk about domestic violence victims, those are red herrings. Those are complaining witnesses. We don't determine that someone's a victim until we have a trial. till a jury says they're a victim or a judge says they're a victim. Until that, they're a complaining witness and a he said thing. There is not going to be any more problems with this video than anybody else's video. If you look at the law enforcement throughout the country, depending on whose statistics you look at, about 50% of law enforcement in this country now has body-worn cameras. But here's what's more important. They're cost-effective. The University of Chicago did a wonderful study a couple years ago, and it's in the materials there. And depending on which economist you ask, it pays back 5 to 1. Because what you have when you have body-worn cameras is when you have complaints, you don't have to do giant investigations. You download the body camera and you look at who said what. It saves a lot of complaints. It's transparent. And the bottom line is, how many more people have to go through what I have been through?
Thank you. I get that point, and I don't think any of the objection that I heard was about the value of the cameras. Most of the concern is just which section of law is this being put into. And so if you've got any further testimony that's specific to the body-worn cameras as it is in this bill, please let us know, but we are running low on time.
Yes, sir. I specifically think that if you look at lines 14 through 16, that says a duplicate copy of the recording shall be provided in its entirety to counsel for the defendant or a pro se defendant pursuant to the discovery request. There have been quite a lot of litigation in this state regarding that. And we have judges, thank goodness, at least in the Concord area, who say that law can't trump the Constitution. And they tell the prosecutors, you're either going to give them the video or I'm going to dismiss the case for failure to give exculpatory evidence. There's no reason that if you're the one that's on that video, that you shouldn't be able to get a copy of it. And I can tell you that when law enforcement say that I'm body recording anymore, citizens let them in their house all the time. It's not this big thing like everybody talks about. And they block out, they do that little blurring, like if a woman didn't wear a blouse or something, they blur that. This bill is needed, and it is very carefully crafted to solve the problem. And just like many police officers wear their body cameras from start to finish, the only time they don't wear them is in the bathroom and in certain areas like that, having conservation officers wear them to start to finish is good. We need cases where you have he said, where the conservation officer said, this man said this or this man said that. They're confiscating cell phones. They're bullying people. They're telling people, if you give us a camera, if you give us your cell phone, you'll get it back tomorrow or the next day. And if you give us your password, then you get it back quicker. Well, I got clients with months and months and months, and they're not giving them back. And so I think we want honesty and forthrightness. And the bottom line is, if they wear these cameras from start to finish on their shift like they should, and particularly among our students, we've got to say, why are we getting diminishing numbers in hunters? What's causing that? The next thing we talk about is the 3 years. I've addressed that because the statute of limitations is different. And the last thing here is that these generally don't cost as much as you think. And so when they talk about interaction with sportsmen, that should be on all the time, because that way we'll see in the field what they're seeing rather than having them describe it after the fact. So I'm happy to answer practical mechanical questions, but I think that they shouldn't be exempt. They have more powers than the state troopers do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So if I understood what was previously said, the law does not require law enforcement officials to wear a body-worn camera.
It does not.
Correct. And you are saying that under this law, Fish and Game will still have that option, and you're saying they should choose to do so 24/7?
They should choose to do so when they are on the clock. In other words, from the minute they start, when they're being paid, when they've got their uniform on, when they're doing what I call the people's work, yes, they should, because people lose their hunting rights, they lose their Second Amendment rights. It's huge for people that care about that type of thing. And they sometimes have they forfeit their guns and ammo. And so, yes, if they're interacting with the public, I think they should be mandated to do so.
Okay, and follow up, please.
Follow up.
So, and that under D, as we've had this conversation about interactions, that would basically be any effort that a CO officer was involved in at all.
Right, which is how a lot of officers do wear their body cameras. But again, they still assert privacy notices as necessary. So for example, if they put in someone with an IEA, there's still competing statutory authority that says that would be essentially disclosing, like I said, if they come to assist with an involuntary emergency admission, IEA, those things are still going to be subject to being withheld.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much, Ms. Dean, for your testimony today. That was our last person. Is there somebody else with a card? I don't have a card from you, sir. Might be in the wrong pile. Colonel Jordan, come on up. If you don't have a card, we'll give you a card, but I don't have it here in front of me.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to testify again. I'm here to represent the commission. The commission reviewed this and is opposed to it for a number of reasons.
We found it.
Okay, thank you. As far as, and it's unfortunate that Penny Dean had this issue. I will tell you that she had an all-day hearing. It's been adjudicated and the state prevailed and she did not. And I'm sorry for that, but was the facts. And I'd be happy to provide you with 3 ring binders to show you the evidence in that case. It was quite different from what you were just told, I can assure you. So the first thing I want to say to you is that's the wrong reason, first of all, to mandate that conservation officers wear cameras. We'd be the only agency in the state of New Hampshire mandated to do that. I don't have a problem with cameras, quite frankly. If you all remember, for 12 seasons, we took cameras with us on a daily basis. It was called Northwoods Law. And I would encourage anyone, if they're worried about what conservation officers are doing, go watch the show. Because it shows from the time they get out of bed in the morning, practically until they go to bed at night. And it was aired. We are the only law enforcement agency in the state of New Hampshire that took that risk, I might add. And it was aired across the world for the world to review and render opinions on. And it was highly successful. It was highly successful because these officers have integrity beyond reproach. I'd put them up against anyone in the state. They do not do things wrong. They do not do things that are in violations. That's what we have courts for. Courts make those decisions on these cases. There's no unfortunate poor people being whipped at the post. That's just an old wives' tale. They get their day in court just like everybody else does. I will say this. One thing, with all due respect, one thing the legislature does to us on a regular basis is they mandate certain functions. You do it with all state agencies. The problem with New Hampshire Fish and Game is we are a self-funded agency. Self-funded. There is no other law enforcement agency in the state of New Hampshire funded by user fees. None. They all receive taxpayer dollars, either in general funds or other, and a lot of other states' wildlife agencies. In fact, where we got the fiscal note information from other agencies that are wearing these cameras are all funded by taxpayer money. I don't have a problem wearing a camera. I'll strap a camera on all 48 of these people. What I do have a problem with is I don't have the money to pay for it.
Colonel Jordan, that was part of the fiscal note. It was going to go and give you funds. We weren't going to ask you to do it without paying for those cameras. So.
But the funding has to be a constant funding, okay? It has to be something that isn't a matching grant. A matching grant is going to require us to come up with the money. We can't do that now. And frankly, if there's a taste in the state to produce $200,000, let me make a couple of suggestions to you. One is fund search and rescue that hasn't been done in over 20 years. I've been coming to this body for 20 years asking for search and rescue to be funded that saves lives. It has nothing to do with a courtroom prosecution. It's got nothing to do with Miss Dean. It saves lives. Let's fund that. Let's spend the money so that I can get them better equipped to go above tree line like they did last week in 80-mile-an-hour winds to bring that poor soul down. We've never done that. Let's attach that to this bill and go to fiscal with it. I'm all about that. I've been trying to do it for 15 years. We could put on more conservation officers. 2 other conservation officers could be hired and equipped for this kind of money. This is a waste of money. A complete waste of money. And it frustrates me because there are so many other things that we could do for the citizens of our state. If you're willing to spend that money, let's do it. But let's do it on something that's going to make a difference for everybody in the state, all the citizens of the state, not the cameras. Go to Northwoods Law if you want to see what we did. We did it every day for years, and I don't have a problem with it. We put it on prime time. As I said, we're the only ones that ever did that. But let's not waste this money on cameras because one person in the state feels that she was wronged and it's necessary. That's nonsense. Spend it on something that's going to help our citizens, help our sportsmen. We just finished 2 rounds of biennial hearings where people put up suggestions and ideas to New Hampshire Fish and Game on things that change. I have never once heard from a sportsman or woman that has asked for a body-worn camera. I've heard him ask for better management of our wildlife resources, more purchase of habitats and lands, more officers out in the field to do their job. Let's fund search and rescue so I don't have to pay for it with my hunting dollars anymore. I get asked that daily. I've never been asked for a body camera. I don't think there's a desire for that from our users who are paying the bills. I think we ought to listen to that. I'd ask you to join me in saying no to this. It's ridiculous, it's unnecessary, and it's a waste of a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions? One question, Representative Goley.
Thank you, Colonel, for taking my question. And I, for one, have always reached out for more funding for
Yes, you have.
search and rescue. But
I'm
looking
you
at
have.
the fiscal note, and I just look at on the backs of sportsmen and women in this state to have to take out of the department another, looking at the fiscal note, between $102,000 and $117,000 out of the funds that are already thin. I mean, would this mean cutting somewhere else?
Oh, it's absolutely going to mean cutting it. Attorney Halverson from Merrimack County, by the way, I didn't call him. He reached out to me because he was concerned about the cost of this. He indicated to me that those figures are probably low based on his experiences. And so all the agencies that are doing this are telling me that they're hiring personnel to manage these things. I don't have a problem. Again, I have no problem with doing any of this if I have all of my very long needs fulfilled that we've been asking for years. If I'm going to hire another person, I'd rather put them in a costume like this and put them out in the field. That's where I need them. I don't need them managing a camera business. I need them out in the field. So yes, we're going to end up losing or cutting probably personnel if I got to pay that. So I'm not sure how, or we'll stand in violation of it because there's just no money to do it. There's just no money to do it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you,
Thank
Colonel.
you, sir.
And we got a late card coming in. Kevin Glenn, you're recognized. You have 2 minutes. Let's keep it to 2 minutes because we're supposed to still do some exec. And we have to be out at 4:30 or sooner.
All right, someone start the clock. Thank you very much. I've actually never even been in this building before. I'm just here shooting a video for Penny, just as a favor. But I got to tell you, my eyes are wide open. You guys do phenomenal stuff here. I couldn't do what you do. So thank you for doing that. I am a resident of Bedford going on 8 years. My family and I live there, 12-year-old daughter. And I'm a big supporter of the police. I'm on a committee down there to create a new police department. What concerns me, what I hear today, and I wasn't planning on speaking, is that I feel like there's a lot of things being said, almost fear being whipped up in this room about something that's been around. Body-worn cameras have been around for a long time. It's nothing new. And I know that there's probably people on both sides of this table that have their feelings one way or the other, but I guess my question comes down to, what are we hiding? The funding of it is going to be a separate discussion, if I understand that correctly, all right? That's not being decided today. So why don't we give that a chance to be funded? Let's decide on whether or not we actually need it. And I believe greater accountability. We live in a very litigious world and things are happening all the time. You see it on the news. And this is a chance to go, okay, we're being transparent with what we're doing. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I think a lot of American people support it. Thank you very much, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you, sir. I'm afraid we do not have any more time today. We've let everybody have one time to talk. You can submit any further correspondence to the committee by email and or through the website until midnight tonight. Absolutely. We don't want to shut any further communication down, but this time we need to also end the hearing on the bill. And with that, and not seeing anyone else, I'm going to close the public hearing on 15:30. At this time, we're going to take a break for about 4 minutes to allow people to caucus and use the restroom. And we'll come back and see if we want to exec any of these that we've heard today. Executive session is open for Bill 1116, and I'm going to look to Representative Oulette for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion of ought to pass on Bill HB 1116.
Do we have a second?
I will second that, Mr. Chair.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Representative Harvey, I see you reaching for your microphone.
Thank
Let's
you.
try to keep the discussions short, though, because we know that we are running low on time, and I know people wanted to get out.
This will be one sentence. I will be voting against this because it is not supported by Fish and Game. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any further discussion? Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the amendment that takes out the 38 from the definition. I'm personally concerned about the any action or the removal of the lever action carbine, because I think that it opens the doors to people walking around with ARs in the backyards of people in Pelham and Hudson and even Nashua, because I think some of these calibers support uppers on AR rifles. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? That was the original OTP. To be able to talk about the amendment, we have to do the OTP. Okay, and now with that discussion, I'm going to offer amendment. What's the number on that one? Amendment 0349H. And would somebody second my offering of that amendment?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm going to discuss my amendment. As Representative Darby mentioned, this amendment just simply strikes the 38 from in front of the 357, which clarifies everything to make it much nicer, and there's no ambiguity on the 38. Originally, it was put in simply because I told OLS that the gun is a 38/357. Because I've grown up knowing you can shoot 38s or 357s through the same gun. And they put the 38 in there. So we took it back out. And so I think it's a much better bill with that amendment, without the 38 in front of it. And I'd ask for everyone to support that. And that's the end of my discussion. Is there any other discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll on ought to pass as amended?
Pass the amendment.
Oh, yeah. Will the clerk call the roll on the amendment? Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling the roll on amendment 0349H. I think that's the number you said.
Yes, yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Corcoran. If I got that wrong. No, absent, right? Sorry. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Willett.
Yes.
Representative Hebert.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Representative Reed is absent. Representative Elberger.
Yes.
Representative. Wait a minute, I got that wrong. Give me a second. Ford.
Yes.
Representative Morton.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Pear.
Yes.
Representative Rosner is absent. And Representative Darby.
Yes.
And me?
Two. And the chair.
Yes.
And I didn't do my correct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 yeas, 0 nays.
Will the clerk call the roll on OTPA, please? All right, who's making the motion OTPA? Mike, you were doing that. Mike, take a motion from you.
Yes, I move to OTPA 1116.
And second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion on OTPA now that we've passed the amendment? Seeing none, clerk can call the roll on OTPA, please.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Moody.
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Corcoran. Absent. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Willett.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
No.
Representative Reed, absent. Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Ilberger.
No.
Representative Morton.
No.
Representative Page.
No.
Representative Pear.
No.
Representative Rosner is absent. And Representative Darby.
No.
Excuse me, sorry? No.
No.
Thank you. I have 10 yeas.
You missed me.
And this, oh, jeez, I keep forgetting about you. Representative, the chairman.
Yes.
Okay, that would be 11. That gives us 11 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay. I'm going to need a written statement from the minority if you're going to make one.
Representative Darby's going to write that.
It's not typical for the substitute to write.
I'm not a substitute, actually.
Oh,
I'm a member of this.
You're a new permanent now.
Yes.
Okay, I thought you were just substituting for Ben Ming. I forgot you got, Ben Ming went to another committee. That's right. Okay, yes. And Michael, will you write a blurb for the majority, please?
Absolutely.
All right. That's taken care of. That ends exec session on 1116. We're going to open up exec session on 1077. Do we have a motion? Michael Lett.
I make the motion of ought to pass. Excuse me.
Read the right line.
I'm sorry. Which?
Oh, you were supposed to make that motion. Rep Smith?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion on ITL Bill 1077.
Okay, thank you. And Mike, you were supposed to second that one. I got confused on that one,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on ITL for this? All right, seeing none. Let's take the roll on the ITL, please.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Mooney.
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative Corcoran, absent. Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Willett.
Yes.
Representative Abear.
Yes.
Representative Harvey.
Yes.
Representative Reed is absent. Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Ilberger.
Yes.
Representative Morton.
Yes.
Representative Page.
Yes.
Representative Pear.
Yes.
Representative Rosner is absent. Representative Darby.
Yes.
Then Chairman Spillane.
Yeah. Yes.
This is 17 yay, 0 nay.
Consent?
17 or 18?
17.
Okay. So was that the other one's 11 to 6, or was it? Okay, I thought it was 11 to 7.
No, it was 11 to 6. Yeah.
Consent, okay with everybody? All right, that'll go on consent. And Jonathan, you want to write up a report? Thanks. If these reports can be given to me by the end of the night tonight, that'd be great. I'm supposed to ask before you leave for today, but we're right up on the deadline, and I'm not going to do that to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, do you need a write-up for consent? I
We
thought-
do write up for consent anyway in case it gets pulled from consent.
Okay, thank you.
But we only take one because there's no minority. That closes the hearing on the exec on 1077. I'm going to open the exec on 1424. And Representative Ouellette, I know this is the one that you're supposed to do.
Okay.
Okay, he says.
You had the right one last time.
I make the motion ought to pass.
Thank
on-
you. Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to present an amendment on that one. It's 0350H. And again, this is just taking 38 off of the list so that it's a 357 only. And I'd like to have a second on my amendment, if I could.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And is there discussion on my amendment? Anybody? Well, it can usually depend on you to have something to say. All right, no discussion on that. Let's go ahead and take the roll on the amendment, please. I'm trying to because we've only got until 4:30 and then we go into overtime and I get in trouble.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt.
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear,
Yes.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
16-0.
You got that? You got me.
Chairman Spillane,
Yes.
17-0. Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, we now have the amendment passed. We're on OTPA. If somebody wants to make a motion here, Representative Ouellette.
I make the motion, we pass HB 1424 with amendment.
OTPA, yes.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Representative Smith seconds. We are on OTPA. Discussion, please. Anybody? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on OTPA for 1424.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear,
Yes.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
Chairman Spillane,
Yes.
17-0.
Consent? Okay, I'll write that one. That closes the exec on 1424. I'm going to open the exec now on 1024. And I'll entertain a motion. Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After hearing all those testimony, it seems like that it need to have further study. Therefore, I make a motion that we do the further study for this bill.
Interim study is moved. Do we have a second on the interim study?
I will second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on interim study? Everybody seems aligned on that. Let's go ahead and call the roll, Mr. Clerk.
All right. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Tudor. Hang on, let me see my list here. Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Abear,
Yes.
Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear,
Yes.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
Chairman Spillane.
Yes.
Again, we're 17-0.
Consent? All right. That closes the exec session on 10:24. I'm going to open the exec session on 12:28.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to ITL HB 1228.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the ITL? Representative Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe putting a law on the books to deal with what should be a management issue, such as alternative testing and strong recommendations to Fish and Game, to go to Commissioner Edelblut for alternative teaching methods. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the bill? All right, the clerk may call the roll.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
No.
Representative Kofalt,
No.
Representative Mooney,
Yes.
Representative Brown, yes. Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Hebert,
Yes.
Representative Harvey,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Elberger,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear,
Yes.
Representative Darby,
Yes.
And me.
Chairman Spillane.
Yes.
Ah. Okay.
15 to 2.
Yes. Thank you.
It's 15 to 2. Does anybody care if we put it on consent? I'm going to look directly at the two who said no. All right. And who wants to write a consent blurb for that? Let me see. I'll figure that out later. That ends the hearing on 1228. That is the last one we're going to take up today. We're right on 4:30. And so I appreciate everybody coming in and dealing with a long, painful day. We meet again on February 6th. And instead of 10, which is what we were all expecting, you'll notice that when we had to postpone the other one today, I scheduled that for 9:30. So let's count on 9:30 on February 6th. We had to move that to a date and time certain, and that was the only time I could be certain of, because we won't have started all the other bills for the day. Does anybody else have any other issues before we adjourn for the day? Okay, have yourself a great night.